Plaza all around, there are a lot of people watching. There are some very boring people. They just want to see how this bald child beats those who look strong again and then earn Crystal Emperor. Plaza all around, there are a lot of people watching. There are some very boring people. They just want to see how this bald child beats those who look strong again and then earn Crystal Emperor. Win to get a Tao Creation Saint Stone. If you lose, you have to give a Crystal Emperor. As long as you have confidence in yourself, you will try it. Xinxiang said, "The people who lost are mostly young masters of the family, and only they have Crystal Emperor to gamble," Xiao Xianglin said. Xinxiang has gone, and loud voice asks, "I want to challenge the Ghost Child Prodigy." The Ghost Child Prodigy is the nickname of Little Bald. His real name is Lu Yifeng. Xinxiang has seen him become a youngster before, so I know this is not a child. You show the Crystal Emperor first. An old man hurriedly said that his eyes suddenly became thieves because, in their eyes, Xinxiang is a big fat sheep. Xinxiang took out a Crystal Emperor and threw it in her hand, then put it away and said, "I use Crystal Emperor. Do you really have Tao Creation Saint Stone?" "Of course we have." The old man, cautious and solemn, took out a grain-sized pale gold stone from a wooden box. Xiao Xianglin just took a look and knew that it was Tao Creation Saint Stone, and the quality was not bad. You want a challenge, you have to test the cultivation base of Saint World-Defying Soul, because our prodigy is only World-Defying Sacred Realm. If it is Divine World-Defying Realm, he can't beat it. The old man said, "Take out a crystal ball, let Xinxiang put his hand on it." After Xinxiang put his hand on it, crystal ball glittering a light golden light. From this level of light, it should be world-defying sacred realm late stage. I really can't see it. You are young. There is such a cultivation base. The old man's face is full of false smiles, patted Xinxiang's flattering. What about your child prodigy? If he is divine world-defying realm, he also wants to test and test, said Xinxiang. Everyone was surrounded and whispered, they just heard it. Xinxiang only has the cultivation base of the world-defying sacred realm late stage, and world-defying sacred realm can't beat Lu Yifeng, not to mention Xiang is gone. In order to be fair, he certainly tests. Old man hastily went to the stage and let Lu Yifeng test. Lu Yifeng looked at Xinxiang with ridiculous face, then sneered at coldly snorted, put his hand on the crystal ball, and the gloss on it was the same as that of Xinxiang. Is there a problem with this crystal ball? Xinxiang knew there must be a ghost. No problem. I am divine world-defying realm. Don't believe it. The old man tested it himself. Sure enough, the crystal ball immediately became golden light, not a faint golden light. Can I prepare for a few days? Xinxiang took out some myriad Tao divine soul crystals. This is my battle. After 10 days I will come again. These myriad Tao divine soil crystal as a booking fee. Can be. Old man quickly nodded with a smile. Xinxiang took out the myriad Tao divine soil crystal. Can be quite a lot. It seems that there are many dozens of pounds. Originally Xiang wanted to expose it, but Xiao Xianglin suddenly changed his mind and let Xinxiang defeat this prodigy. After Xinxiang walked down the platform, he quickly went to find out that Dean of Dark Green Soul Sect had already returned. When he came back, he was shut down. It was obviously seriously injured, and it took a long time to recover. Lu Yifeng, after seeing Xinxiang, said with a sneer, "This guy is estimated to feel that he can break through after 10 days, so I plan to come to meet a challenge. I just saw that he has arrived at world-defying sacred realm late-stage peak, and soon I will be able to step into the peak. But he can't beat you." The old man lightly smiled. "These days we have earned 9 crystal emperors, plus 10 of them we can also close our hands, etc. Come back a period of time to avoid suspiciousness." Lu Yifeng nodded. 10 crystal emperors. For their level of discipline, it is also a large number, usually not easy to get. Xinxiang just found a room with a secret room, and he hid in the secret room. "Master, I can't beat the little rascal at the moment. He is divine world defying realm. Xinxiang said, Right, tell me about divine world defying realm. Divine world defying realm, the most powerful is that violent world defying soul evolved into world defying divine soul, and then gave birth to arrogant potential. Just stepping into divine world defying realm. This arrogant potential is weak, but very terrifying if the other party does not use the arrogant potential to resist. It will be instantly defeated by the other party, Xiao Xianglin said. Master, then how can I defeat the little rascal? Shen Xiang really wants to teach the fake child prodigy, but he knows his strength. You must first step into the peak of world defying sacred realm. Xiao Xianglin said, You use time domain to step in within 10 days when you fight, and then use Tao creation spell. I believe you will win. It's difficult to get into the world defying sacred realm. Shen Xiang said, My current fleshly body strength is enough, but the few saint world defying souls can't be upgraded, which makes me unable to get stronger. The power of world defying. Shen Xiang's previous Y shark strength, Dan, made the fleshly body very strong and now can enhance the saint world defying soul, but he does not know how to quickly improve. You can only look for it. Is there any Dan that can enhance the soul of saint world defying? Shen Xiang came to the street and found a big pill shop according to Xiao Xianglin. After entering, he asked directly to buy Sheng Dan. Take a good day at G. D-level high grades world defying Dan. Usually eat 1 tablet a year. In just a few hundred years, you can step into the peak from the world defying sacred realm late stage, said Xiao Xianglin. For a few hundred years, Shen Xiang certainly couldn't wait. He bought this Dan, also to see if he could get Dan a crystal emperor, said the treasurer. Precious, Shen Xiang muttered, but still honestly bought. The quality of this Dan is also very good, no loss. Shen Xiang returned to the inn's secret room, entered divine mirror of 6 paths, and then gave He Feng Yuan a meal. A crystal emperor is gone. Shen Xiang snorted. You have nothing to lose. If I can lies Dan, you still earned it. He Feng Yuan gave him a blank look, then closed his eyes, and did not know if she was going to lies the ingredients of this Dan, or to refining. He Feng Yuan was abolished by Shen Xiang and later unexpectedly returned to the PC Saint Soul, so she wanted to restore her strength. Shen Xiang sat next to him. Jing waited. He thought it was a period of time, and he knew that it was only an hour later. He Feng Yuan opened his eyes and said, As long as the 2 herbs are high grades world-defying divine medicine. What herbs? Shen Xiang hastily asked. He Feng Yuan took out 2 transparent crystals, then shot a ray of light into the crystal and saw a pink flower inside the crystal. The pink flower has only 3 petals and a faint gold edge on the edge of the petals. This is the gold powder divine flower. He Feng Yuan said, There must be a pill store, but it's hard to say if you can buy it. Since there's a pill store, why can't I buy it? Shen Xiang said, Since there's a pill store, why can't I buy it? Shen Xiang said, I haven't heard of this in the Holy Dan, and it seems to be a kind of Dan created by a large force. This kind of herb that Dan needs is definitely in the pill store, but it is not sold. He Feng Yuan said, If someone wants to buy, they will be very vigilant. Xiao Xianglin said, Yes, in general, the heroes required for this level of Dan are very convenient, but after refining into Dan, they can sell hundreds of times more than the herbs. If I can alchemy to sell, am I not developed? Shen Xiang has 3 girls, pill spirit. He thinks that if he needs it, it is not impossible to refine a little girl pill spirit. If he gathers a large number of crystal emperors, then use these crystal emperors to buy Tao creation saint stone. He not only has a lot of pills, but also a lot of refiner materials, which are things that enhance strength. You have to refine and say it. Xiao Xianglin came out of Hidden Jade Villa and said. He Feng Yuan continued. The second herbs should be a kind of GRA. SS. If I didn't guess wrong, it is the Holy Gra. SS. Okay. The Poison Woman. How do you know these herbs? Have you eaten before? You have definitely not eaten. After all, you need to eat a lot of various herbs in order to analyze it. Shen Xiang very doubtful. Xiao Xianglin also nodded. She could and lies the heroes in a dan. The talent Xiao Xianglin had never heard of it. If it was learned by the pill's forces, it would definitely be crazy and it must be robbed. This is my secret. I don't want to say it. He Feng Yuan lightly snorted. She used to be the emperor of the great emperor, and now she has fallen to this field. Thanks to Xin Xiang, she is against Xin. Xiang was very hateful, but because she saw that Xin Xiang had a powerful master, she didn't have much confrontation with Xin Xiang. How can these two herbs be used? Go directly to the pill store and ask? This will definitely be discovered. Xin Xiang snorted and looked at Xiao Xianglin. Xiao Xianglin spread her hand and said, I am just on the refiner. Let me get some refiner material. I don't have any problem. I don't understand the pile, even if it's my mother, right? I don't know much about it either. You will not call my Poison Woman in the future. I will tell you a method. He Feng Yuan suddenly said, Well, Feng Yuan is a beautiful woman. Tell me how to do it. Xin Xiang hurriedly said. He Feng Yuan thought a few words in her heart. She thought that Xin Xiang would hold it. I didn't expect it to be called directly. She wanted to see Xin Xiang after the excavation, then hesitated and finally served soft, and Xin Xiang directly served softly. You guy! He Feng Yuan was not so mad it coldly snorted. Feng Yuan Damii, tell me, don't grind, the time is tight. Xin Xiang said, he still has 10 days to play the SHI. Plus T prodigy, he has to hurry and improve before. It's very easy. You go to the door of the pill store and let me out from the divine mirror of 6 paths. I just see the person who planted the herbs, and I will tell you, let you buy this guy, and then buy the gold powder from his hand. And Saint Cordyceps. As long as you buy the half-dead, that's all right. You should have a way to grow it, He Feng Yuan said. Yes. Xin Xiang nodded. He let He Feng Yuan come out of the divine mirror of 6 paths, let her cover the veil, sit in a car, and wait outside the pill shop. After waiting for a long time, an old man came out from inside. He Feng Yuan hurriedly said, It is this guy who has a lot of herbs in his body. Is your nose so spiritual? This can be seen. Is it true? Xin Xiang looked at it with dour-heart eye and found nothing. You love it or not? He Feng Yuan said, Shan Xiang, put He Feng Yuan in the divine mirror of 6 paths and followed the old man into Sing Yi. Old man entered a luxury hotel and didn't know what to do, and Xin Xiang followed him and caught up with him when he was up the stairs. Old mister, Xin Xiang shouted, are you planting herbs in the Tsangyuan store? Old man nodded. He was only responsible for planting herbs, and it was not clear what the heroes refined. What's the matter? Do you want to work in the pills store? Old man speculated. No, I just want to buy a little herbs withered. Xin Xiang said, if you can buy it, this is yours. Shen Xiang took out a crystal emperor. In order to take the holy Dan, he went out. He wanted to know the crystal emperor he used now, but the kind that was naturally formed, not his own refining, was given to him by Xiao Xianglin. What herbs? The old man looked at the crystal emperor with a big eye. He didn't expect to have such a sale. He was just planting herbs in the store. Although it had a good reward, it was far from the crystal emperor. Shen Xiang immediately took out the crystal with the image of divine cordyceps and the gold divine flower. After watching it, the old man quickly nodded. You are waiting for me half an hour. After half an hour, Shen Xiang got the 2 kinds of herbs, the divine flower and the wormwood, which had withered, but still a little angry. He immediately gave it to Jiang Xijing for care. Big brother Shin, did you get a strange seed in the strange mountain inside the BL? Oh, why plain? Said Jiang Xijing. Well, I almost forgot. Shen Xiang immediately remembered the seed. He was fixed by the light released by the seed and could not move. Later, the light released by this seed fixed an imperial dragon G.O.D., and it was because of this that he could easily kill the imperial dragon G.O.D. The seed has sprouted! Jiang Xijing said, "You have wanted to see?" Shen Xiang returned to the secret room inside the inn and entered Hidden Jade Villa. He saw a small green sprout that looked like a tree. "I don't know if I can release that strange light." Shen Xiang tried and controlled the tree, and it released a strong white light. Jiang Samai, who was next to him, was suddenly settled, unable to move and could only speak. Shen Xiang also hastily controlled the saplings to emit light. After Jiang Samai was irradiated, it was able to move again. It was amazing. What will it become when I grow up? Shen Xiang was very curious. When you have time, you have to plan it. Know it. Jiang Xijing nodded. She had begun to release the power of regeneration. Resurrect the 2 kinds of herbs withered. Now they are planting herbs. They are all responsible for Mai and Jing sisters. They have a very good set of methods to quickly plant a large number of herbs. Shen Xiang only used 3rd level time domain for them, and there were dozens of herbs. It's not difficult to refine this kind of Dan, especially for you. He Feng Yuan saw the heroes that Shen Xiang took out and said, "This is not Tao Creation Divine Pill. It's hard to beat you." Shen Xiang also carefully examined the energy contained in these herbs. It is not difficult, but when he refines, it is a bit difficult to add 9 amplification spells. Shen Xiang also carefully examined the energy contained in these herbs. It is not difficult, but when he refines, it is a bit difficult to add 9 amplification spells. Master, what Tao creation spell are you learning now? Shen Xiang has already given Xiao Xianglin the 9th level 9-step mantra inside Divine Mirror of 6 Paths. After Xiao Xianglin learns, he can guide him. A lot of fusion spell UBASTARD. Why don't you give it to me soon? Xiao Xianglin complained that Shen Xiang had such a complete collection of Tao creation spell that he had been hiding for so long. Of course, Xiao Xianglin is still very happy at this time, because she knows very well that it is not easy to get such a complete Tao creation spell. For fusion spell, although Dragon Elephant Saxdeen is very good, he just doesn't willing to give. When I learn the fun spell, I might have to be more powerful than my sister. I dare not look down on me after watching them. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile. Shen Xiang started alchemy. This time he used fusion spell. Although it is only a 4th order fusion spell, it is much easier to fuse the 2 medicine crystals. It can be said that there is not much pressure. Does this fusion spell only allow 2 things to merge? Shen Xiang asked Xiao Xianglin. You can also have 3 at the same time, but the 3rd mantra is higher. For example, 3 things, 2 of which are 1st order mantras. The 3rd one is 2nd order. If there is a 4th, then you have to go to 3rd order. Xiao Xianglin said, if you want to integrate more things, you have to master the higher level fusion spell. Actually, is like this. Shen Xiang used a derivatization method to give large crystals of 2 small crystals, and then 2 small engraved 3rd order fusion spells. The large crystals engraved into the 4th order fusion spell, followed by start to integrate yourself. Shen Xiang just added a little strength to the fusion, so that the integration is more thorough, which is not too expensive for him. Next, Shen Xiang continued to use the derivative method. Each time only derived 2 small crystal ters, and then merged with the big one. After doing this several times, the effect of fusion spell has weakened, not like the beginning. It's so easy to integrate. Fusion spell needs a higher level. Shen Xiang said that after the 4th order fusion spell had no effect, Shen Xiang would no longer use the derivative method, but start to condense Dan. When he was condensed, he was engraved into the 9th order amplification spell, which increased the energy of the pile itself. Shen Xiang has a girl pill spirit, so he will first eat it for the girl pill spirit. After the girl pill spirit evolves, she can condense the holy Dan, and he does not have to refine himself. After Jiang Silly ate it, it is expected that only 30 capsules will evolve. Shin Xiang thinks this is not difficult. He uses second level time domain and can refine it in 1 day. After 1 day, Shin Xiang successfully refines 30 capsules, eats it for Jiang Silly, and then toss another day. The 3 girls' pill spirit all evolved successfully and started to condense to practice Xingdan. I think Li Li and their teenage girls' pill spirit should also learn Tao creation spell, said Xiao Xianglin. What kind of mantra do they want to learn? Shin Xiang asked, and with Xiao Xianglin's guidance, they should be able to learn very fast. Time spell. Xiao Xianglin said, time spell at 7th level. There is time spell in it. Shan Xiang didn't expect it, because time power is very mysterious. Although he mastered time domain very early, he couldn't improve it. This is mainly because law of time is too difficult to ponder. It is much harder than S.P.A.C. Yes, I didn't guess wrong. The 7th level mantra is time spell. Xiao Xianglin said, before Gutong showed one, but I was still small at the time, so I can only remember it vaguely. What is the 8th level and the 9th level mantra? Asked Xinxiang. I don't know, I only know it after I learned it. Xiao Xianglin said, these Tao creation spells are very rare, especially the 8th level at the 9th level. I have never heard of it. Xiao Xianglin already knows that these Tao creation spells are obtained through an ancient bronze gong, using what is used to destroy the bronze. For Xiaotong bronze, Xiao Xianglin knows less. Ray. Assured I will learn soon. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile, you master, I am the genius of learning Tao creation spell. Thinking that I could learn all these Tao creation spell, Xiao Xianglin was excited in her heart, and she felt that she had earned the Shin Xiang disciple. Shin Xiang, in order to get a little more on Shengdan, he and 3 girls' pill spirit entered the 2nd level time domain, which allowed him to get more time. For days before the day of the test with the prodigy, Shen Xiang successfully entered the peak of world-defying sacred realm, and he did not expect it to be so easy. Then, the 3 girls' pill spirit want to help Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu to break through. They are Shin Xiang's trump card. When Shin Xiang is very helpless, they have to rely on them, so she has to ensure that her strength is strong enough. Feng Yuan Damei, you really help a lot this time. This is a small gift I sent you. Shen Xiang happily said with a smile, gave a meal to Shengdan He Feng Yuan. He Feng Yuan wants to restore strength now, so any Dan has a role for her. After she ate it, her heart was shocked. Shan Xiang gave this piece of Shengdan, which is much higher than the quality she bought before. Times, you are indeed an alchemy wizard. He Feng Yuan has to admit that even her old man is hard to match Shin Xiang, and it is difficult to refine this super high-quality Dan. We will work together in the future, and it will be good for you and me, said Shin Xiang. Then you have to hurry to restore my strength. He Feng Yuan said, if I am strong enough, it will help you too. You must be clear that this ingenious land is very big, not just the top 10 sect and Imperial Dragon Palace. You will face more dangers in the future. I am afraid that you will retaliate against me. After all, I killed your son. Shin Xiang snorted. It still ruins your great future. I have to guard you. I want to control the empire, but in order to get a lot of resources for me to cultivate, let me be strong. Now you can make me strong. I naturally will not hate. He Feng Yuan said, I have never had a son. What? Prince was grabbed by me and my the emperor husband himself was very clear. It doesn't matter if you say more. You and I want to cooperate. You'd better sign a blood contract with me. Shin Xiang said with a smile, as long as I am dead, you have to die blood contract. He Feng Yuan frowns and thinks that she has a lot of yearning for the land of innocence. She is now, cultivation base is abolished. If she wants to recover quickly, she can only rely on Shin Xiang's Siv piles, even if she relies on her father's father. It is also far less than Xinxiang. It is good. He Feng Yuan promised, and then signed a blood contract with Xinxiang. Her soul is closely related to Xinxiang's soul. As long as Xinxiang dies, her soul will also die. When he Feng Yuan first started to follow Xinxiang's, she always felt that Xinxiang was everywhere courting death. She was also worried all day, always thinking that Xinxiang did anything. But later, she knew that Xinxiang had a lot of tricks, a lot of ghosts, and she specialized in provoking all kinds of experts, and she gradually got used to it. When he Feng Yuan first started to follow Xinxiang's, she always felt that Xinxiang was everywhere courting death. She was also worried all day, always thinking that Xinxiang did anything. But later, she knew that Xinxiang had a lot of tricks, a lot of ghosts, and she specialized in provoking all kinds of experts, and she gradually got used to it. Before Xinxiang was in the Big Barrier, and Xiao Xianglin killed several powerful Deen. This kind of ability is enough to make her feel at ease. So I am relieved, Xinxiang said with a smile, then reached out and touched He Feng Yuan's jade face. He still has to admit that this He Feng Yuan is quite beautiful. That face is beautiful and proud a trace of evil face is pretty. Hey, don't fight. He Feng Yuan opened Xinxiang's hand, coldly shouted, Heaven's proud Ji. Oh, D Emperor doesn't dare to touch me like this. Heaven's proud Ji. Oh, D Emperor, his old man, is really poor. So beautiful Queen can't touch it. I will touch him for it. Xinxiang said with an evil smile. He just finished. Xiao Xianglin came out of Hidden Jade Villa and grabbed his ear. You give me the truth, and hurry to do your business. Xiao Xianglin can't really see Xinxiang's family, if He Feng Yuan wants to forget it. But He Feng Yuan refuses, and her strength is weak, so she ran out. It's just fun. Xinxiang snorted. Well, I'm going to do business. Xinxiang came out of Divine Mirror of Six Paths. The only thing he had to do was to ask about the things in Dark Green Soul Sect. There was a Tao creation, Saint Crystal, waiting for him to pick it up. I can't find any useful news. Xinxiang spent a long time on the street and used a lot of Tao creation Saint Crystal, but he heard about the origins of Dark Green Soul Sect Tao creation Saint Crystal. I think teleportation formation will promote this. The main goal is that the Cloud Tour old man, this guy must know where there is Tao creation Saint Crystal. Otherwise his Tao creation Saint Crystal was S. And to head, and did not complain about anything. Xinxiang did not know how to find a Cloud Tour old man, can only wait to say later. 2 days later, Xinxiang still didn't hear anything, but learned that the ghost child prodigy won a crystal emperor. This little bee, ASTARD, I must debunk his true ident. One tie. Xinxiang heartedly snorted and said, Lu Yifeng pretend to be a child, but it is already divine world-defying realm. He did not release when fighting out of the exclusive arrogant potential of divine world-defying realm. No one will find it, and he also used the crystal ball test to do it, and many people believe it. When the time of the battle arrived, Xinxiang went to the downfall of the plaza early, and the people of Dark Green Soul Sect came very early, but the artificial prodigy of Lu Yifeng did not come. This little thing, the shelf, is really big. Xinxiang sat in the ring and waited patiently. What's your name? The old man asked. He saw Xinxiang coming to the meeting and was very happy. He was worried that Xinxiang would run away. Gao Fei. Xinxiang said a name in a mess. He has already applied the transformation technique. The last time Lu Yifeng didn't recognize him. But if you say the real name, then Dark Green Soul Sect's discipline must know his things. After all, his master is Xiao Xianglin, and he also got legendary spell, who has true Dragon Saint soul. His reputation is still relatively large. Lu Yifeng came, and he was very big. He sat on a large sedan chair that was carried by dozens of people. Like the little emperor of aloof and remote, he closed his eyes. It seems that this all-around person did not let him in his eyes. Of This guy will really wear it. Shin Xiang saw the incomparable little face and had the urge to fan. Although he is only a world-defying sacred realm late stage, he is confident in his strength. He has mastered the 9th order amplification spell and elemental mantra, and then uses the power of dragon elephant. His strength is not weak. Can't use weapon. This is mainly for you, because the weapon of our ghost child prodigy is very good. You must be better than the iron. The old man said with a smile, "Can I ask everyone to use the weapon together?" Shin Xiang asked if he could use Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and 9 Firmaments Divine Sword. He would be more confident to win. "I don't need it, but I allow you to use it. If you use it, you can't win it." Lui Feng opened his eyes and used the tender voice to say with a sneer. The little eyes were full of SN. "Oh, bish eyes. Can pinch Shin Xiang like. Is this true?" Shin Xiang said in his heart and asked, "Can you use the divine tool in addition to the weapon?" "Yes, but you lost. All the divine tools are for me." Lui Feng has jumped from the big sedan and gently landed on the ground. Shen Xiang knows that this ghost child prodigy must be a guy who has lived for many years. Although it looks like a child, he is also very arrogant. However, in the event of an unexpected situation, he will certainly react very quickly. He must not occupy a convenient because of himself. And complacent, he must be cautious. How to say that he is also divine world-defying realm, although it is only an initial stage, but the power of world-defying in the body is definitely far beyond the peak of sacred realm. I have to be careful, never be underestimated. Shin Xiang is thinking about it. This battle has long been rumored, and people who have nothing to do have come to see the excitement, see what is fighting. Everyone likes to watch, and this kind of expert confrontation. Shen Xiang observed the downfall and had a strong barrier. This is to prevent the battle fallout from erupting. It is very common. He just worried that after he won, Dark Green Soul Sect would not hand over the Tao Creation Saint Stone. "Is your Crystal Emperor brought?" Lui Feng asked. "Take it out." Shin Xiang took out the Crystal Emperor and asked, "Your Tao Creation Saint Stone? Also show me." Lui Feng gestured to take out a small case by an old man. After the old man opened, Shin Xiang asked Xiao Xianglin to sense whether it was real. It was confirmed that it was real, and Shin Xiang nodded. "If you admit defeat, throw the Crystal Emperor out, that's all right. Otherwise, I will be very embarrassed. As said, if you refuse to hand over the Crystal Emperor, don't blame me if you are killed." Lui Feng, that little face, is full, it is gloomy and cold. It doesn't look like a pure child, but everyone thinks he is a child prodigy. "I know." Shin Xiang nodded. He didn't say much. He retreats dozens of steps and keeps a distance from Lui Feng. This downfall is still relatively large and can be released. Xiao Xianglin is now focused on the accident. She knows that Shin Xiang's combat experience is very rich, but it is not good to play divine world-defying realm. So she is the master and will guide the disciple to fight. Not afraid, there is a master. You can win. Xiao Xianglin encouraged Shin Xiang, his disciple one, and she was happy with master. Shen Xiang is not nervous, that is, he is worried about the other party after winning, because Dean of Dark Green Soul Sect is not a good thing. And this prodigy is also in this swindle and bluff, he will have such worry. Lui Feng soon saw that Shin Xiang stepped into the peak of world-defying sacred realm, and he was not surprised because he had predicted it before, and he secretly sneered because he believed that world-defying sacred realm could not beat anyway. Divine world-defying realm, no matter how strong the opponent is. Since the geek www.zbyge.com, Lui Feng soon saw that Shen Xiang stepped into the peak of world-defying sacred realm, and he was not surprised because he had predicted it before, and he secretly sneered because he believed that world-defying sacred realm could not beat anyway. Divine world-defying realm, no matter how strong the opponent is. Since the geek www.zbyge.com, I didn't expect you to step into the peak of world-defying sacred realm. You were just an initial stage. It's very fast. Lu Yifeng's sly smile. I will definitely win you. Xinxiang is very confident. He is relaxing and preparing for the battle. Everyone who came to power said this. Lu Yifeng laughed. Look at your hard work. There should still be some hope. In fact, you don't have to worry. The old fellow lost to me is not without you. You are a young man. Even if you lose to me, there is nothing so shameful. It's just that you can't beat a child. This is not very good. Xinxiang coldly snorted. When you are young, you are so arrogant. Let the elder brother teach you the lesson. Not to know the little rascal of the immensity of heaven and earth. Lu Yifeng didn't expect Xinxiang unexpectedly to say such things, which made him annoyed and planned not to end the fight so quickly because he teased Xinxiang. How good you are, but it is a little boy. What child prodigy? You are so arrogant. You can't adolescence. Maybe you will ruin your life because of this arrogance. Xinxiang continues to taunted. He certainly knows Lu Yifeng is not a real child. He can see the process of Lu Yifeng becoming a youngster. Lu Yifeng has never seen such a person who has repeatedly ridiculed him, making him angry and shouted to an old man, We are ready, we can start! The old man heard Xinxiang in the ring, and he was angry with Lu Yifeng in his heart. Immediately shouted, 3, 2, 1, start! It started so fast, and Xinxiang was surprised, but he was well prepared. Xinxiang thought that after the start, Lu Yifeng would take the initiative to attack him. He knew that Lu Yifeng was standing there and motionless, but the eyes were filled with a kind of and anger, and Xinxiang was very uncomfortable. You challenge me, I let you shoot first. Lu Yifeng shouted. Xinxiang didn't know what he was selling, and immediately rushed over. His speed was not slow. He suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yifeng, and that pair of big fists turned into countless phantoms, layered together, forming a cheat image of cheats, suddenly drowning Lu Yifeng. Hong, hong, hong! Lu Yifeng, the whole person, was shrouded in the mist image, and the fist image was a stalk of fist energy. It hit the body of Lu Yifeng, and it burst into a loud sound, and the waves surged. This young man called Gao Fei is really amazing. Regardless of speed or strength, is the best among the peaks of world-defying sacred realm. It's amazing, but the ghost child prodigy is even better. You see, no, the ghost prodigy is standing there, just using the power of world-defying to form an invisible barrier, blocking the numerous feist energy of Gao Fei. Yes, the ghost child prodigy is really good. Standing still, can withstand such a fierce attack. It is admirable. Is this really a child? This is really just a kid, and he has beaten many of the world-defying sacred realms experts. Below the ring, everyone saw Lu Yifeng facing Xinxiang's frantic energy, standing still, wondering again and again, whispering hot, because it was too horrible, the same as world-defying sacred realm peak. The gap is unexpectedly so huge. Everyone now decides that Xinxiang will lose, no doubt. Ha ha ha, Lu Yifeng suddenly laughed. Do you only have this level? Unexpectedly dare to put a big slogan and say what lessons like me. You are in my eyes, it's just a weak bug, one stroke will win you. Xinxiang was only slightly owned, and Lu Yifeng used the arrogant potential the divine world-defying realm had in the battle. Once this arrogant potential was released, there was not enough strength to break. There is a barrier here. He uses a little arrogant potential and will not be noticed by outsiders. The strength of arrogant potential is not strong enough to be noticed. Xiao Xianglin said, He is ready to fight back if you want to expose him. I have to force him to use the strongest arrogant potential. Of course, this is very dangerous, and you may not be his opponent by then. You should weigh it. I know. Xinxiang didn't use the strength of amplification spell just now, because Lu Yifeng's defense can be said to be very strong at this time. Even if he uses all the solutions, it is difficult to break the defense. Lu Yifeng's mouth is moving, said with a sneer. A punch! I can beat you with just one punch." After that, Lu Yifeng's young body trembled, and Shen Xiang felt only a majestic pressure and instantly enveloped him. A strong pressure fell on his shoulder, making him look like a donkey. The mountains are general. Shen Xiang's knees are slightly curved, and the pressure is too terrifying. Even if he eats a lot of blood sharks and strengthens the powerful fleshly body, it is difficult to resist this pressure. A punch. Lu Yifeng saw Shen Xiang being crushed by the arrogant potential he released, haughty in his heart, screaming coldly, then rushed up and jumped up so he could hit Shen Xiang's head. His little fist is more glittering out of the dazzling light. It's the dark green soul sect's sacred brilliant sun punch. This brat undying is also cruel. Too terrifying, the ghost of the sun is not so easy to learn. Even the peak of world-defying sacred realm is difficult to master. This child actually mastered. Everyone was shocked. Now I understand why Lu Yifeng is confident that she will defeat Shen Xiang. At the moment when the glaring fist came, Shen Xiang thought a lot. He originally planned to avoid the teleport, but at this time he was under tremendous pressure. Teleport needed to open the S-P-A-C-Pa-S sage. If this pressure pressured the S-P-A-C-Pa-S sage, he also will suffer a lot, so he decided to give up. He also thought of using Divine Mirror of Six Paths to block, but he felt that Divine Mirror of Six Paths was his trump card, and he couldn't reveal it now, unless he had to use it. He also thought of turning the body into a cloud, but the other is Divine World-defying realm, and the arrogant potential is bound to tear his soul, which is not acceptable. Black Tortoise now. Shen Xiang used the fastest time to spur the Black Tortoise Divine Beast in Divine Sea. The Black Tortoise Divine Beast. The thick Black Tortoise S-H-E-L-L wrapped his body inside. Hong Lo. The ghost of the sun hit the Black Tortoise S-H-E-L-L, which shook a chi wave, swept the entire plaza with the shock of the ring. Blocked. This guy didn't lose. What happened? He actually took the ghost of the sun and punched it. It seems that there has been a turtle S-H-E-L-L. Yes, is it the bodywork divine armor? No, it seems to be the strength of world-defying divine beast. World-defying divine beast. This suddenly caused a great uproar. People in Plaza boiled and cultivated world-defying divine beast. This is a very bad thing. Or very rare Black Tortoise divine beast. Shen Xiang stepped into the peak of world-defying sacred realm, and Divine Sea also evolved. Although it is only the peak of world-defying sacred realm, but strength is comparable to divine world-defying realm, while Black Tortoise divine beast is the main defense. All strength is condensed and above the tortoise SHA. It blocked the terrifying punch of Lu Yifeng. Shen Xiang stepped into the peak of world-defying sacred realm, and Divine Sea also evolved. Although it is only the peak of world-defying sacred realm, but strength is comparable to divine world-defying realm, while Black Tortoise divine beast is the main defense. All strength is condensed and above the tortoise SHELL. It blocked the terrifying punch of Lu Yifeng. Lu Yifeng's face is ugly, and he is also very envious of hate. He didn't expect the other person to have a precious world-defying divine beast. This is what many pract. 1. Tionnier's dream of cultivating. Xiao Xianglin, who has been watching the game, is also stunned. She knows that her disciple has an azure dragon and an earth-suppressing divine elephant. At that time, she was shocked, but she did not expect Shen Xiang to have Black Tortoise divine beast. Among the world-defying divine beast, the dragons are more common. This is mainly owned by the Dragon Elephant sect and the Imperial Dragon Palace, but their dragons are not pure dragons. The Imperial Dragon Palace is a lot weaker by plundering others, and the Dragon Elephant sect is cultivated through the cultivation technique and the violent world-defying soul. It is not born. Moreover, it is not world-defying divine beast in legend. Shen Xiang's Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise are both world-defying divine beasts, which are not available to grab. after having world-defying divine beast to rely on strength, even if they are better than themselves. Level opponents can also be invincible. Lu Yifeng looked serious, and he didn't expect his opponent to have this strength. Oh, it's just Black Tortoise. Black Tortoise's attack is not strong, it's just strong defense. I think how long you can hold it. Lu Yifeng said with a sneer. He still has a strong pressure on Xinxiang. However, after Xinxiang's integration into Black Tortoise's strength, the pressure is difficult to affect Xinxiang. Lu Yifeng doesn't dare to use the stronger arrogant potential to suppress Xinxiang. Otherwise, he will definitely be exposed. If he knows that he is divine world-defying realm, he will not be able to deceive in the future and those who lost to him before. People certainly will also lick all kinds of ugly words everywhere. Reputation he still wants. Xinxiang is also worried that Black Tortoise's defense strength is not enough, only to show the strength of Black Tortoise. Now the power of the white tiger he uses is hidden in his arms. It doesn't need to be revealed, and it can also explode a strong strength. Lu Yifeng looked at Xinxiang's gloomy face and didn't know what was going on. He suddenly felt that Xinxiang's murderous aura was heavy, like a man who killed hundreds of millions of creatures. This thick, murderous aura was accompanied by a violent temper. Constant pressure has put Lu Yifeng under great pressure. This guy's big, arrogant potential doesn't dare to go any further, or it will be revealed. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile, "You are now pus." Plussing out his powerful, arrogant potential. Xinxiang's arms slammed, and after the sleeve shattered, the explosive muscles appeared. I saw Dao creation spell, which appeared on the top, and he used the power of arrogant potential to quickly condense on his arms. The 9th order amplification spell. Under the ring, someone familiar with Dao creation spell immediately focused on the Dao creation spell and exclaimed, "Amplification spell in 1 to 9 steps, 9 amplification spells all appear on the arm." Is this brat crazy? He is not afraid that his arms can't withstand so many times the increase and break it? Too terrifying. I feel that my arm is torn apart even if I use the 5th order, full control. He actually puts all the 9 amplification spells up and has 9 arms. What the L is this guy? Too terrifying. This is the matchup of world-defying sacred realm. It's too intense. It's only a moment before the fight in the ring, but it's so shocking and amazing. Smelly little rascal, Grandpa will teach you. Xinxiang sneered, squatting like the pace of the stars falling Russ. Plussing up, running between the ground, shaking, the pressure released by Lu Yifeng using arrogant potential. Also he trembled between runs. Lu Yifeng wants to avoid, but when Xinxiang is halfway through, she is suddenly vanished from sight. She has teleported to him. He only heard a raging tiger's screaming ear, followed by a shock from his cheek. Spicy pain. Pala! Xinxiang's moment of punching, heaven shaking, and the detonation of the maddening spells instantly merged, and the power of the white tiger broke out, directly hitting Lu Yifeng's cheek. After 9 amplification spells increase, his strength was improved. Several times, the arm became thicker and stronger, and the mighty momentum broke Lu Yifeng's arrogant potentialus, HI plus ELD, and hit the small face. After a punch, followed by another punch, Xinxiang's punching speed has reached its peak, and everyone only saw him punch a punch. In fact, Xinxiang had already played more than 10 punches. Lu Yifeng has been beaten with blood on his lips. His face is red and swollen, and his eyes are golden star. "Go to death, I want to kill you." Lu Yifeng screamed, his body flashed, suddenly swelled up, and the powerful arrogant potential rushed out like a wave, swaying over the entire plaza through the barrier of the ring. Lu Yifeng, who has been hit by a face, has been unable to suppress the anger of his heart and expose his true face. It's arrogant potential. This guy is actually divine world-defying realm, and he's not a kid. His true face is unexpectedly a young man. That's awful. Actually use the face of children to deceive people, claiming to be a child prodigy, deceiving so many people. This strength of arrogant potential should be just a step into divine world-defying realm. It's no wonder that this guy is so confident using Tao Creation Saint Stone as a bet to attract people to challenge him. This kind of guy wins the peak of world-defying sacred realm. He is still complacent. He still ridicules others as he is. He is a divine world-defying realm who is oppressing world-defying sacred realm. Despicable liar. Dark Green Soul Sect is also at this level, and the discipline relies on swindle and bluff to make a living. This guy is too odious. The people watching in the plaza are also very angry. Lu Yifeng is pretending to be world-defying sacred realm. He is a divine world-defying realm who wins others, and also believes oneself infallible to boast that he is powerful and simply shameless. Lu Yifeng can't take care of it now. He just wants to vent his anger. His arrogant potential has burst out. As before, he released a pressure on Xinxiang. Lu Yifeng has no scruples. All the strengths are used, and Xinxiang's knees have been bent. Your Majesty, I want you to kneel down. Lu Yifeng roared. His face was twisted. I will not kneel down to you like this despicable villain. Xinxiang condensed 9 amplification spells on the body of the black tortoise divine beast. Several times the strength of the increase also made Xinxiang's body slightly hurt. White tiger and black tortoise has reached the limit of his body after adding strength through 9 amplification spells. Boom! Xinxiang's body stretched out to shake his arrogant potential, and at the same time, Lu Yifeng's brilliant sun fists rushed with a raging arrogant potential. It is the ghost of the brilliant sun punch. This time, everyone confirmed that Xinxiang will die. This is the divine world-defying realm people use the arrogant potential to make a full blow. And this person is still extremely angry, has everything. Lu Yifeng also thought that this punch, Xinxiang must be broken, who knows that his fist suddenly appeared to hit a hard object, and then a hot and raging strength poured in from his fist. Lu Yifeng also thought that this punch, Xinxiang must be broken, who knows that his fist suddenly appeared to hit a hard object, and then a hot and raging strength poured in from his fist. Ah! Lu Yifeng screamed in pain, and the screams were terrible. I saw that the arm and shoulders where he punched were all broken, ODY, and the broken flesh burned with flames. I saw Xinxiang holding a mirror in his hands. It was the divine mirror of 6 paths, which bounced back the strength of Lu Yifeng's fresh chest punch. Lu Yifeng now remembers that he had promised Xinxiang before, allowing Xinxiang to use the divine tool. He just didn't expect Xinxiang unexpectedly to use this divine tool, which caused him to be seriously injured by his own struggle. Xinxiang teleport behind Lu Yifeng. The divine mirror of 6 paths became like a round table. He grabbed the edge and picked up the divine mirror of 6 paths. It was a slap in the face of Lu Yifeng. Just over a dozen, Lu Yifeng was shot down, lying on the ground and twitching. He lost. Xinxiang stepped on Lu Yifeng's head and said to Creation Saint Stone, "Throw Tao Creation Saint Stone. Otherwise, I will kill him." Dark Green Soul Sect also has several disgrimaces of divine, world-defying realm. They just planned to shoot, but they saw that Lu Yifeng was terrifying when he punched. He thought that Lu Yifeng would succeed in killing Xinxiang, so he would look at it. They know that Xinxiang suddenly took out the divine tool, which actually rebounded and made Lu Yifeng unprepared. His arm was shattered, and his body was ravaged by his own strength. Xinxiang seized the opportunity and rushed straight to shoot Lu Yifeng to the ground, which is an overwhelming victory. "Come to me!" Xinxiang screamed. "I believe you are Dark Green Soul Sect. You are ASHI plus T Sorcerer Divine World Defying Realm. but you are pretending to be world-defying sacred realm in this swindle and bluff. You dark green soul sect's reputation is stinking. Xinxiang stepped on Lu Yifeng. Lu Yifeng is now adolescence as a young man, no longer the appearance of the young child before. Many people recall that his young face was full of sinister look. I feel it should have been seen long ago that the look is definitely not owned by a naive child. Lu Yifeng is still in a high position among dark green soul sect. Otherwise he wouldn't dare to unite so many senior brothers to do this, and dark green soul sect doesn't even care about it. He is divine world. The story of defying realm has not been heard. It is obvious that it is the acquiescence of the top of dark green soul sect. Catch! The old man was murderous aura, throwing a small case to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took a look at it and asked Xiao Xianglin to identify it as a good quality Tao Creation Saint Stone. You can let go now, the old man shouted. Xinxiang stepped on Lu Yifeng's face, then looked at all around those dark green soul sects discipline. For of them are divine world-defying realm, although only the initial stage, but it is not Xinxiang can deal with. These disciplines are now with swords drawn and bows bent, ready to attack. Of course, if Xiao Xianglin comes out, there is definitely no problem. Hey, give it to you. Xinxiang kicked Lu Yifeng like a dead dog, kicked it to the distance, then a teleport, flashed into the crowd, and then used transformation technique to become a bug. Fell into the body of an old man. Give me a search for the whole city. The old man roared. This is the site of dark green soul sect, but they ate such a big loss, the important discipline was seriously injured and lost to Tao Creation Saint Stone. The reputation of dark green soul sect was even worse. At this time, everyone has spread out and talked about it all the way. Many people are filled with indignation and cursing dark green soul sect. The most angry of those who had previously fought with Lu Yifeng and lost the Crystal Emperor, they now understand why Lu Yifeng can beat them so quickly that they are so thoroughly defeated. They are actually in a divine world defying realms expert battle. Dark green soul sect is a group of shards and eats a big sea croach. Xinxiang is still in the city, but has changed his appearance. He is now ready to sneak into the dark green soul sect. You have to rest, and rest before you say. Xiao Xianglin said, You are on that, and you still hide the strength. You have not used the power of dragon elephant. When I use it, I know that I am a dragon elephant sect, and there will be a lot of trouble. Xinxiang said, For the master, you are also true. You last started too fast. I took the Imperial Dragon Palace. The main divine sea blasted, and he should take out his dragon to refine it. Maybe it could be used for me. I originally had this idea, but in the end I gave up. The dragons followed the Imperial Dragon Palace for many years, and it was difficult to tame. Maybe they would blow themselves up, and they would kill themselves, said Xiao Xianglin. Xinxiang stayed in and near the dark green soul sect. The dark green soul sect is like a huge imperial palace with a superb barrier, and it is difficult to get in. Xinxiang was resting in bed and asked, Master, the quality of the Tao Creation Saint Stone is good. It's good. I am going to refining. Xiao Xianglin said, Refined into the explosion, it can defend itself. I thought it was used to refine Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, said Xinxiang. Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, etc. Find Tao Creation Saint Crystal and refine it. Xiao Xianglin said, Before you use Divine Mirror of 6 Paths to block the Ghost Sun Punch, Divine Mirror of 6 Paths did not suffer any fluctuations, can support a period of time. Even if you find Tao Creation Saint Crystal from Dark Green Soul Sect, you must first find the Cloud Tour Old Man and then hand him the Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Xinxiang said, After all, Dark Green Soul Sectess and ATC he's others. I know this. Xiao Xianglin said, Don't worry, you will have something to gain. Returning the Tao Creation Saint Crystal to the mysterious Cloud Tour Old Man. Also to ask the old man where there is Tao Creation Saint Crystal, so that they can find it themselves. You brat, there are hidden secrets in the end. There is actually a black tortoise divine beast. Xiao Xianglin tenderly snorted and said, Master, you will know it later. Xinxiang Haha said with a smile, My secrets are more. Xiao Xianglin snorted, Give me second level time domain? I want to learn fusion spell. Of course. Xinxiang had no pressure on second level time domain. He had to take a day off and spend 30 months with Xiao Xianglin. When Xinxiang was resting, closed eyes thought about the legendary spell. The complicated legendary spell made him a headache. He didn't know when he could learn. Although he knew that the legendary spell had infinite strength, it was difficult to grasp. Xiao Xianglin is not in a hurry because she has a lot of Dao creation spell to learn before she learns legendary spell. One day Pa S. said, Xiao Xianglin came out of time domain, happily said with a smile, I have learned the 5th fusion spell now, and there are 4 more to learn. I don't have to compete with Sect, but also Dao creation spell. That's nice. That's thanks to your baby disciple. You have to guide my wife to learn Dao creation spell in order to repay me, Xinxiang said. Know it. Xiao Xianglin said with a smile. Xinxiang got another Dao creation saint stone, and the harvest was not small. Now, she has been plunged into Xiao creation spell by Xiao Xianglin. If he encounters an enemy that is difficult to beat, throwing one of them will make a strong strength. Dao creation saint stone. Maybe he can save his life. Xinxiang got another Dao creation saint stone, and the harvest was not small. Now, she has been plunged into Xiao creation spell by Xiao Xianglin. If he encounters an enemy that is difficult to beat, throwing one of them will make a strong strength. Dao creation saint stone. Maybe he can save his life. Dark green soul sect is not easy to mix in. This barrier also seems to defend against SPAC teleports. Xinxiang said, You have to use the spatial formation in Divine Mirror of 6 paths. They used the formation to cross the big barrier. The formation of Dark Green Soul Sect was stronger, and it was definitely stronger than the big barrier. Just opening the SPAC spell in Divine Mirror of 6 paths would have a lot of consumption. Well, you are ready, you can start. Dark Green Soul Sect is a barrier that I can handle alone. You are now at the top of world-defying Sacred Realm and should be able to afford it, not like last time. After entering the big barrier, I was exhausted, said Xiao Xianglin. After Xinxiang rested an inn, he applied anti-strength stealth and quietly came outside the tall wall of Dark Green Soul Sect. The entire Dark Green Soul Sect was surrounded by a huge wall of dozens of feet, which was difficult to see. After Xiao Xianglin changed appearance, she also came out of Hidden Jade Villa. She and Feng Kuter came out to explore the barrier of Dark Green Soul Sect. They are very proficient in these barriers. As long as they look a little, they can see many doorways. Come. After careful investigation by Feng Kuter and Xiao Xianglin, a brief exchange was made to determine the strength of this barrier. It has been determined that this barrier is not too strong. The spatial formation of Divine Mirror of 6 paths can be used alone, but to stabilize it, add your time power and synthesize SPAC time power, said Xiao Xianglin. Well, now I can't wait to get in. If it's too long, it will be bad if Dean's injury recovers, Xinxiang said. In the middle of the night, people are getting less. Xinxiang is in Divine Mirror of 6 paths, and Divine Mirror of 6 paths has been hidden from him. Dark Green Soul Sect's outstanding is very thick, but it is not resistant to everything. Beginning. Xiao Xianglin released her world defying in Divine Mirror of 6 paths, stimulating the spatial formation of Divine Mirror of 6 paths, while Xinxiang also released his time power. After releasing SPAC time power, Divine Mirror of 6 paths, with the control of Xinxiang's pass, said through the thick wall of Dark Green Soul Sect and came to the Dark Green Soul Sect. Successful. Shouldn't anyone discover it? Xinxiang breathed a sigh of relief. He also consumed a lot of it just now, but it was not serious when he last crossed the big barrier. Xinxiang came out of the divine mirror of 6 paths and talked to Bai Yuyu because Bai Yuyu Devour had a memory of the dark green soul sect elder and knew where the Tao creation, St. Crystal, was hidden. Sister Yuyu, those memories shouldn't be wrong, said Xinxiang. It's definitely not wrong, but Tao creation St. Crystal is still not there. I can't be sure. The place is very strict. Dean should be there too. Bai Yuyu said, so you should be careful when you go. Well, tell me that place, said Xinxiang. Bai Yuyu carefully told the place how to go and told Xinxiang. In order to find a good direction, Xinxiang first came to the gate and then followed Bai Yuyu to go. On the way, he encountered a lot of dark green soul sects discipline, but they were all weaker disciplines and could not find him. There is divine world defying realm. Xinxiang suddenly felt a strong breath and couldn't help but jump. He hesitantly walked to the side, then stood still, waiting for the old man to walk over. After the old man walked away, Xinxiang was relieved and he was not found. Xinxiang continues to move forward. This dark green soul sect is still relatively large, and Xinxiang can't go too fast. Worrying about what will cause the breath to come out is not good. This Tao creation St. Crystal is quite hidden. Xinxiang finally found a garden with a large giant tree in it, and the trunk needs dozens of people to hold. On the top of the big tree, there is a tree hole that is covered by dense foliage, which is harder to find at night. The location of the garden is a very strict place, but there are several such gardens here. If there is no memory of the dark green soul sect elder, Xinxiang does not know when it will arrive. A barrier in the tree hole. Bai Yuyu said, you don't want to go up yourself. It's best to use divine mirror of 6 paths. Xinxiang nodded, then entered the divine mirror of 6 paths and made the divine mirror of 6 paths small, then worked with Xiao Xianglin to release Peace A C-time power, a silent teleport into the tree hole. After entering the tree hole, Xinxiang immediately put the divine mirror of 6 paths away, and then carefully walked into the Pa-S sage to the center of the trunk, where Pa-S sage was drooping. There is a thick rope next to the Pa-S sage, which can go up and down the rope, and Xinxiang becomes a small bug, so it takes time to climb down, but it won't make the rope shake. He doesn't know if anyone is there, so he wants to be absolutely quiet. Xinxiang climbed for half an hour, finally came to the bottom. Here is deep below. There's a Pa-S sage. He followed the Pa-S sage to the end is a stone gate. It's inside, said Xiao Xianglin. Xinxiang took out divine mirror of 6 paths and borrowed Xiao Xianglin's strength to open P-A-C formation and enter the stone room. He used to be above. It is not easy to judge the distance, so he can't directly teleport in. Otherwise it is easy to alarm the people inside. After entering the stone room, Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin in divine mirror of 6 paths were shocked because they saw a person here. The stone room is not large. All around there are fluorescent stones emitting white light. There is a formation plate in the middle of the stone room, and a small enamel gemstone is placed in the middle of the formation plate. On the side of the formation plate, a sly old man is meditating on the cross. This guy is the elder of Dark Green Soul sect. He actually healed here. He seems to be absorbing the strength of Tao creation, St. Crystal. Xiao Xianglin was excited. Dark Green Soul sect Dean was here and still weak. Just as Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin were surprised by this, Dark Green Soul sect Dean suddenly opened his eyes and had to say that there were still 2 brushes as Dean, and actually felt something existed. Master, what should I do? We are about to be discovered, said Xinxiang. I went out to kill him. You go to take Tao creation, St. Crystal. Xiao Xianglin finished. He has already gone out from divine mirror of 6 paths. At the same time, Dark Green Soul sect Dean released a strong momentum. Xinxiang, I feel very terrifying in divine mirror of 6 paths. Xiao Xianglin is not weak, but she has mastered a lot of Tao creation spell. She has made her divine sea dragon and image merge, and she used 5 fusion spells to merge, +9 amplification spell, her arrogant potential moment. It has been improved several times. Who? Dark Green Soul Sect Dean was amazed, and someone could get in. Xiao Xianglin's anti-strength is dissipated as her strength breaks out. She is exposed. Xiao Xianglin's divine sword has been stabbed, and Dark Green Soul Sect Dean sees Xiao Xianglin as a gimmick. In a moment of surprise, Xiao Xianglin's divine sword has pierced his neck. Xiao Xianglin's divine sword has been stabbed, and Dark Green Soul Sect Dean sees Xiao Xianglin as a gimmick. In a moment of surprise, Xiao Xianglin's divine sword has pierced his neck. Hey! Dark Green Soul Sect Dean groaned, a powerful momentum, and Xiao Xianglin gave the earthquake out. Although his neck was stabbed, his blood was not flowing. Dark Green Soul Sect Dean didn't understand why Xiao Xianglin could come in, but he was very alert to see the Tao Creation St. Crystal on the formation plate. When he reached for it, the Tao Creation St. Crystal suddenly disappeared. Xin Xiang, who is invisible, has already used SPAC power to take it away. Old fellow. Shan Xiang snorted in his heart and picked up the invisible divine mirror of 6 paths to the head of Dark Green Soul Sect Dean. When tapping, Xin Xiang also released a killing formation, which bursted into a strong lightning turbulence, and the bang shocked. Dark Green Soul Sect Dean was seriously injured before and became very weak. Just now, Xiao Fei Xianglin was also consuming a lot, and it was too late to resist Xin Xiang's sudden attack. Moreover, he did not feel it because his attention was on Tao Creation St. Crystal and Xiao Xianglin. Dark Green Soul Sect Dean was photographed by Xin Xiang with divine mirror of 6 paths. After a slap in the head and then lying on the ground, Xiao Xianglin immediately rushed up, and a long sword waved his head. Hurry up! After Xin Xiang finished, she felt that a strength was expanding. His heart was terrified. Hastily pulled Xiao Xianglin, then gathered the power of the 6 beasts and absorbed Long Xue's strength. The biggest strength motivated SPAC power teleport go to the sky. Xiao Xianglin has not reacted yet, and has already arrived in the sky. Ahu! Shan Xiang put Ahu out, and Xiao Xianglin sat on Ahu's body, a violent blast and sound waves bursting from below. Ahu has been away from this place with the fastest speed, but still feels a burning chi wave behind him. This guy actually blew himself. Shen Xiang looked back at the skylighting fire. In the middle of the entire Dark Green Soul sect, there was a big hole. People near that, even divine world-defying realm, would receive a certain spread. Xiao Xianglin also took a deep breath. This guy is sincere, and he will pull the disc back of Dark Green Soul sect before he dies. Fortunately, there is a barrier in the stone room. Otherwise, the strength is stronger, Feng Ke said. Xin Xiang they have already got Tao Creation St. Crystal, but they don't know where the owner of Tao Creation St. Crystal is. Xiao Xianglin returned to Hidden Jade Villa with his heart, and Shen Xiang let Ahu return to Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and he continued to stay in the city outside Dark Green Soul Sect. Soon there was a rumor that Dark Green Soul Sect Dean had blew himself because of a mistake in cultivation. It was already dead. Dark Green Soul Sect had dozens of divine world, defying realms discipline, which was seriously injured. Dean died and was injured. So many disciplines for a time. The entire Dark Green Soul Sect was heart-wrenching, and the strong great elder who followed Dean went without a message. Dark Green Soul Sect's discipline is in a panic because they are worried that the Dark Green Soul Sect will hide and decline and become a third-rate force. Xin Xiang entered the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and looked at the Tao Creation St. Crystal with Xiao Xianglin. Quality should be good. Xin Xiang asked. Well, very good. Xiao Xianglin is more excited because no one can easily get close to this Tao Creation St. Crystal. How can we find the Cloud Travel Old Man? Xin Xiang sighed. Maybe he is no longer here. If we post a notice, we will look for a robbery old man who is being robbed, saying that we have retrieved that precious stone for him, Sima Yao said. Xin Xiang immediately went to work. He had a lot of myriad Dao, divine soil crystal. He quickly found someone to help him with this. He planned to post the notice to the city outside Dark Green Soul Sect and wait for a period of time to see. Xin Xiang waited patiently inside the inn. Just one day said someone came to him, an old man, which made Xin Xiang a little excited, but he saw that the old man is only world-defying sacred realm late stage, not like Tao Creation St. Crystal. Looks like, and a few people at the beginning of the Dark Green Soul Sect Dean took a lot of effort to grab. What are you missing? Xin Xiang asked with a smile. A stone, Tao Creation Saint Stone, was taken away by several robbers. The old man was very angry and said, Many thanks, little brother, to help me retake. I count 3 times. If you are still standing in front of me, I will definitely break your leg. Xin Xiang said with a serious look. His words just finished, the old man hastily rushed out of Xin Xiang's room. Run downstairs. It's a headache. I really want to take the lead. Xin Xiang snorted. The next time you meet this guy, you must teach them a good meal. After the old man walked away, an old man came again, dressed in a ragged one. After coming in, he laughed heartily and thanked Xin Xiang quickly. He also squatted a few heads and said that he was very grateful to Xin Xiang for helping. He found Tao Creation's Saint Stone. Xin Xiang did not say anything, directly beat the old man, and then threw it out. Within a day, Xin Xiang encountered 7 old men who had taken the lead. Except for the first one, all others were violently beaten by him. The people who took the money were not good things. The lazy and self-satisfied. The strength is certainly not strong. Xin Xiang easily beat them to cry and yell at the mother, pleading for mercy. Now that someone is taking the lead, Xin Xiang is not angry because he can beat these guys and get angry. For a few days, there were always people who were screaming and thrown out of the door by Xin Xiang, and then climbed out of the inn. After learning about Xin Xiang's prestige, the old gangsters who were doing nothing did not dare to take the lead to Xiang's things. In the next few days, Xin Xiang felt much quieter. Just when he felt hopeless and ready to go to other cities to issue notices, someone was knocking at his door. It's coming again. Xin Xiang walked impatiently. After opening the door, she saw an old man wearing a white robe. The old man's beard and eyebrows are very long, all white and snowy. His face has a faint smile and looks very kind. This temperament, at first glance, knows that it is not ordinary people. Please come in. Xin Xiang hastily made a request for action, and his heart was secretly excited. He felt that this should be true because the old man looks out of the ordinary. Old man, he smiled and went inside. After Xin Xiang closed the door, the old man licked the long beard, including said with a smile, You really took the Tao Creation Saint Crystal from Dark Green Soul Sect? Hearing this sentence, Xin Xiang immediately affirmed that this is the Cloud Travel Old Man, and it really is extraordinary. Senior, this is your Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Xin Xiang took out the Tao Creation Saint Crystal. This Tao Creation Saint Crystal is placed on a formation plate and should be used. It may have been absorbed inside energy, so before the quality comparison, it will drop. Old man took a look and nodded. The quality has dropped a bit. Xin Xiang thinks that this old man doesn't look weak, but he is robbed of Tao Creation Saint Crystal, which makes him wonder. Xin Xiang thinks that this old man doesn't look weak, but he is robbed of Tao Creation Saint Crystal, which makes him wonder. Why don't you want this Tao Creation Saint Crystal? You new old man felt very curious, asked with a smile. I learned that they had robbed them, so they should return to the original owner. Xin Xiang said truthfully, although he had a purpose, mainly to know where the Tao Creation Saint Crystal came from. But this is not necessarily known, so Xin Xiang does this for the sake of returning to the original owner. Then I will give it to you. Yunyu old man handed Tao Creation, St. Crystal, to Xinxiang. This is too expensive, said Xinxiang. Dark green soul sex Dean Blue himself. Is this something related to you? The Cloud Travel old man put the Tao Creation St. Crystal on the table. This Tao Creation St. Crystal seems to be very important to him. He was hurt, and I just mixed in and attacked him, Xinxiang said. Yunyu old man nodded. His injury should have been injured by primogenitor of Tao Creation. Senior, do you know about primogenitor of Tao Creation? Xinxiang asked. And the primogenitor of Tao Creation was sealed in the Big Barrier, which was the emergence of the primogenitor of Tao Creation suddenly, which caused the big shot of the major forces to be injured. I came here for this. Yunyu old man is also a bit strange. How do you know about primogenitor of Tao Creation? I got legendary spell in the Big Barrier. Xinxiang said that he and Xiao Xianglin got legendary spell, which is no secret. I seem to hear that there are 2 young people who get legendary spell. They are a pair of master and apprentice. They are very young. You should be the one. Yunyu old man he smiled. I didn't expect that you were some time ago. Just getting legendary spell. It didn't take long to go to Dark Green Soul sect to make this kind of thing come. It's not easy. I saw the Imperial Dragon Palace in the Big Barrier. I mainly killed a Dark Green Soul sect's elder. In order to save my life, I told the Imperial Dragon Palace that their Dark Green Soul sect grabbed a Cloud Tour old man and got a Tao Creation St. Crystal. I was very secret at the time, so I learned about it and rushed over, Xinxiang said. Senior, can you tell me about primogenitor of Tao Creation? Xinxiang was serious. Is this related to our taking away legendary spell? No problem, just because you took away legendary spell and accelerated the seal. Yunyu old man said. The seal is a combination of multiple legendary spells. The legendary spell has a condition that absorbs energy evolution and then breaks away from the seal. Over time, the seal will be weak. The tiger that Xinxiang encountered, that's it. Those legendary spells are actually a seal. The guy who seals with so many legendary spells is exactly what primogenitor of Tao Creation. Why seal primogenitor of Tao Creation? Xinxiang was puzzled. There are many primogenitor of Tao Creation. The one in the Big Barrier is to create evil path. You should know why you want to seal him. Cloud Travel old man's face became dignified. Now he ran out. This is very not good. Actually, the ancestor of the creation of evil path, all the evils in the world come from this ancestor. Think terrifying. What do you do now? Xinxiang was a little worried. This is the land of innocence. If it is destroyed, how much impact will it have? If the land of the invaders is destroyed, it will be ruined. Let's get it out. That's it. What needs to be worried is that the evil path ancestor has carried forward the evil path. The Cloud Travel old man said, because this is the land of innocence, myriad Tao source, when he releases the power of evil from here, he will continue to flow into the world. If he is unable to restrain himself, the inner evil thoughts will skyrocket and he will be enslaved by the time. Is there any way to stop him? Xinxiang felt very terrifying because the evil influence was not directly cut off the SPC, that's all right, and because myriad Tao contained evil power, it was suppressed, once controlled by the ancestor of evil path. This evil force will suddenly rise and lose its nature. I don't know. I just came to investigate the situation. If I explore it clearly, I will go back and report it. This kind of thing is not something new, and I can stop. Yunyu old man sighed. The land of invasive roads is very large. The area where Xinxiang is located is only the tip of the iceberg. Here, the top 10 sects are the strongest, while in other areas, there are stronger and more mysterious ones. It's not good to blame us. Let this guy out, said Xinxiang. It's not your fault. This guy will come out sooner or later, but it will be even later. Now let him out. We will deal with it earlier. Yunyu old man said, Senior, where are you from? It sounds great, and you know so many things. Xinxiang asked curiously. Tao Creation Mountain. The old man said with a smile. Tao Creation Mountain is very huge, and there are a total of 7. A giant mountain covers the land of Wanli. I am from one of the mountains. It's amazing. Xinxiang thought it was shocking. Your potential is good. You must practice well. Yunyu old man patted Xinxiang's shoulder. Senior, where is your Tao Creation Saint Crystal coming from? I want to get a little more. Xinxiang asked a little embarrassed. Said because it was one of his purposes for returning Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Even on our side, it's hard to find. On our side, there's a place called Tao Creation Ancient Land, where there are many Tao Creation Saint Stone and Tao Creation Saint Crystal in it, but it's hidden deep and it's hard to find. The Cloud Travel Old Man said, if you go to the current cultivation base, it is not enough, it is easy to die inside. The land of the road is really big. I still know these things for the first time. Xinxiang emotionally said, it's really big, after all, it's a land of innocence. Cloud Travel Old Man said with a smile, well, I have to go back. I originally planned to teach the Dark Green Soul Sextine. I didn't expect to die. I will take a look at you, by the way. Tao Creation Saint Crystal will be given to you as a gift. We will have a period later. Yunyu old man took out a formation plate, smiled, and said goodbye to Xinxiang. After he opened the formation plate, a strong SPAC time power emerged. The Cloud Travel Old Man is gone. Xinxiang sighed. It's SPAC time power. Xiao Xianglin came out of Divine Mirror of 6 Paths and said, SPAC time power, these guys definitely use Peak for time spell and SPAC spell. Xinxiang nodded and agreed. Master, do you have time spell in those Tao Creation spells I gave you? Xinxiang asked. Is time spell going to be legendary spell? Should not. I suspect that the 7th level or the 8th level is time spell. I haven't learned it yet, and it's not easy to learn. Xiao Xianglin said. Are we going to return to Dragon Elephant Sect now? Said Xinxiang. I don't want to go back. Xiao Xianglin heard the mention of Dragon Elephant Sect, and the expression changed. It feels like it's no good to go back. You have so many Tao Creation spells here. Xiao Xianglin is going to be disciplined back to Dragon Elephant Sect, and they will sneak out this time and will be strictly guarded after returning. Of course, Xinxiang has the spatial formation in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and it is not easy to trap him. Xiao Xianglin is going to be disciplined back to Dragon Elephant Sect, and they will sneak out this time and will be strictly guarded after returning. Of course, Xinxiang has the spatial formation in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, and it is not easy to trap him. We really don't have to go back now, Master. You can teach me Dragon Elephant Divine Art, and now there is Tao Creation spell. Xinxiang said, going back to the top is just a safe place to practice. Forget it. Let's go back, and I have to meet my parents. Xiao Xianglin said, how do you have to say H-E-L low to them and go? Xiao Xianglin thinks that she is very chic with Xinxiang, especially Xinxiang. There is always a strange way. It is very magical. With her strong strength, she thinks that their master and apprentice are no problem. Xinxiang has controlled the Divine Mirror of 6 Paths flight to Dragon Elephant Sect. Although Xiao Xianglin's parents are strict, it is all for her, so she still has to go back and talk to them. A few days later, Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin finally came to the gate of Dragon Elephant Sect. What happened to this door? Xiao Xianglin saw the huge black iron door, recessed a few places, and quickly asked the doorman, Xiao, senior sister. Someone came to attack the door and finally hit it. The guard said, who is going to attack the door? This guy is very strong. Xiao Xianglin said he thought about it, and he couldn't think of anyone. He had the courage to come here to make trouble. Xinxiang looked at all around and saw no signs of fighting. They are all playing in the sky. I don't know what's going on. Dean's seriously injured things leaked out, causing some guys who are trying to get out of the way, wanting to take our Dragon Elephant Sect. But fortunately our dragon elephant sect elder is very strong and they are knocked back. The guard said, I am pregnant. Are they coming back? Xianglin asked. Come back, but I don't know why. They have grown out, said the guard. Okay, I get it. Xianglin walked her eyebrows and took Xinxiang into the dragon elephant sect. Then she went to her parents' house. After entering the house, an old woman saw Xianglin come. Lose one's head out of fear came over. Nervous. Colorful, what's wrong? Xianglin quickly asked, who was her loyal servant with her parents for many years, and Xianglin was still growing up. Miss, you have to get out of here, quickly. Kai Yan said with a low voice, and said in a hurry, You have just gone out, just to find you. Why should I leave here quickly? Xianglin was puzzled. It's hard to say a word. You go quickly, hurry up. When Kai Lan talked, Xianglin and Xinxiang were pushed out. Xinxiang and Xianglin realized that something serious happened. They didn't want to ask now. They quickly went out and left Dragon Elephant sect quickly, although they still don't figure out what happened. Just after going out, Xianglin saw several elders, riding the dragon elephant and flying fast. They also held a formation plate in their hands while they were flying. After they landed, they threw the formation plate and formed a strong formation plate. The barrier immediately shrouded Xinxiang and Xianglin. What are you guys? Xianglin saw this scene. Her heart was angry, coldly shouted. She and Xinxiang saved Dean from Dragon Elephant sect, but these elders had to catch them. Xianglin, you don't have to worry. We are catching Xinxiang. He owns slaughtering evil dragon, said an elder. This is what Imperial Dragon Palace told us. They have previously sent slaughtering evil dragon in the world, defying soul, river 5th layer. Later they sent 2 Imperial Dragon G. O, DS to chase, but both Imperial Dragon G, O, D were killed. Then Xinxiang came to the land of Innopath. He had been hiding well before, but he finally showed up and was touched by the Imperial Dragon Palace at Dragon Elephant sect. The only one from world defying soul, river 5th layer, is him, and he is born with Dragon Saint Soul, so we are sure that he masters slaughtering evil dragon. Xinxiang recalled that he came to Dragon Elephant sect and never released the slaughtering evil dragon. At most, he only released Azure Dragon, but Azure Dragon is not slaughtering evil dragon. The atmosphere is completely different. He doesn't know the Imperial Dragon Palace. How is it sensed? Xianglin, no matter what slaughtering evil dragon. Xinxiang is her disciple, and she is very good. She is very satisfied. She knows that Xinxiang is a secret, but during her contact with Xinxiang, she is very clear about Xin. Xiang's is a person. He is my disciple, I don't care. Xianglin coldly said. You must not move him. I want to see Dean. Dean is already hurt. He doesn't know about it. An elder face was gloomy. This is the Dragon Elephant sect veteran who approved us to fight. Dean can come back, but I am fighting with Xinxiang. Otherwise he will already die. We must see him. Xianglin finally understood. Why the color? Let them hurry. Dean can't do this either because the Dragon Elephant sect is in contact with the elders of the Imperial Dragon Palace. Our younger generation is just being ordered. An elder said, You don't leave the barrier, we are with you. Grab. Master, you leave the barrier. Xianger and Linger are all in Hidden Jade Villa. I can rely on their strength to open the S.P.A.C. formation. You should go out and figure things out. Xinxiang to Xianglin sound transmission, but also secretly handed Tao Creation, St. Crystal, to Xianglin. Ray. Assured I will definitely keep you. Who dares to move you? I Xianglin and his irreconcilable. Xianglin gave Xinxiang sound transmission. Xianglin can only do this now. She walked out of the barrier and waited for her parents to come back and find a solution. Subsequently, Xinxiang was taken away by a few elder seals in a tower. Xin Xiang went into the tower and looked at it carefully. I didn't expect the tower to be very special. There is S.P.A.C time power large formation. This tower is very out of the ordinary. What exactly is this veteran? Unexpectedly has this kind of thing. Shen Xiang has a cold heart, and now it is not so easy to go out, let alone the strength of Xiang'er and Ling'er. Even if Xiao Xianglin is here, it is also difficult to penetrate this S.P.A.C time power large formation. Shen Xiang didn't know how long he stayed in the tower. He was suddenly and stupidly heard a few old voices talking. This brat got the legendary spell and the slaughtering evil dragon, so legendary spell must not let him master. Yes, we have to work together to extract his legendary spell. He shouldn't have mastered it now, and he has just gotten out of it. It should be easier to find out from his memory and then take it out. Do as you said before. Give me the memory of legendary spell and keep it with me and then share it with you. Xin Xiang can't see who is outside, but when he hears the conversation, he knows that these homes are very despicable guys. The reason for catching him is not because of slaughtering evil dragon, but because he wants to snatch his legendary spell. Xin Xiang can't see who is outside, but when he hears the conversation, he knows that these homes are very despicable guys. The reason for catching him is not because of slaughtering evil dragon, but because he wants to snatch his legendary spell. Sister Yu, they want to snatch my legendary spell. Can you do anything? These old fellows seem to be very versatile, says Xin Xiang. Yes, I took your legendary spell away. Bai Yu just finished and heard Xin Xiang cry out. These BASTARDS are starting. Xin Xiang growled with anger and angry roaring. These veterans of Dragon Elephant Sect are arrested in order to take away his legendary spell. While Xiao Xianglin's parents are elders, they are fearful, and Xin Xiang thinks they have slaughtering evil dragon. So they have a very reasonable an excuse. Shen Xiang, how are you? Bai Yu hastily asked. My legendary spell's memory is dying. Shen Xiang gasped. His pain gradually diminished, and his memory of legendary spell had been stripped. These old beasts are really means. Bai Yu is angry. Shen Xiang is her husband, and now she has suffered such a big loss. She and Sima Yao Longxue are very angry. I must let them die. Xin Xiang rubbed his fists on the ground. The veteran of Dragon Elephant Sect, in order to get legendary spell, used an excuse to take his legendary spell. You take me away, I must come back. Xin Xiang's head is still aching. You can let him go back, said an old man. He's always slaughtering evil dragon. Isn't that a problem? Don't worry, I can't look down on anything, as long as he doesn't have legendary spell. These stupid voices gradually weakened. Xin Xiang was groggy, his soul was badly wounded, and when he woke up he saw Xiao Xianglin's cold, angry face apparently for him. I am angry with this kind of injury. What happened to you? Xiao Xianglin saw Xin Xiang open his eyes and hattily asked, Not dead? Xin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, and he was still very weak at this time because his soul was badly hit. Let Xiang'er and Ling'er come out to take care of you. Your soul is seriously injured. You can't get up for a while. You have been in a coma for 3 days. Xiao Xianglin was very distressed and touched Xin Xiang's cheek. The guys are doing it to you. What did they do to me? Xin Xiang recalled this, weak, clenching his fists and clenching his beggar. The old beasts, they took my legendary spell. Have they really done this? Xiao Xianglin couldn't believe that legendary spell was very important, but was taken away. She suddenly realized that the Dragon Elephant Sect's veteran took Xin Xiang, not because of slaughtering evil dragon, but because of Shen Xiang legendary spell. Slaughtering evil dragon is just an excuse. Xiang'er and Ling'er came out of Hidden Jade Villa. They stood by the bed and looked at Xin Xiang very sadly. They were in Hidden Jade Villa, but they heard the painful howl of Xinxiang. Xinxiang recalled this, angry, and fainted. His soul's pain is difficult to recover for a time, even if there is the power of my and Jing sisters to regenerate. The recovery is very slow. I don't know how many days after Xinxiang woke up, she found that Xiang'er and Linger were sitting on the edge of the bed. But this is not the room of Xiao Xianglin. How long have I been in a coma? Xinxiang has a lot of spirits, at least getting up and moving. 1 month. Xiang'er had a bad face before, and she saw Xinxiang wake up to reveal a smile. Recovery is good. Linger lightly smiled, smiling very reluctantly as pretending to be out. A month. There are many things that can happen. Xinxiang sees the faces of these two gimmicks and has a bad feeling. He thinks 80% is Xiao Xianglin. Master. Xinxiang frowned and asked, "Is there something wrong? Where is this?" Master, is she also caught by the old fellow to take away legendary spell? Xiang'er and Linger pouted and didn't talk, but her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shed tears. Obviously, Xiao Xianglin had a major event. If your chief big sister is still alive, you will tell me something. Maybe there is still a rescue. Xinxiang took a few deep breaths and calmed himself. In this kind of thing, he needs to be extremely calm. Even if there are many anger and worry in his heart, he must not panic because it cannot solve the problem. When you wake up that day, say your experience after the fainting. Chief Big Sister, let us quietly transfer you away. Xiang'er wiped the tears, and Xinxiang suddenly showed the calmness and made her clam down. Xinxiang can guess that what Xiao Xianglin is going to do is definitely going to avenge him. He and Xiao Xianglin came to this time, and they're very clear about Xiao Xianglin's character. What happened later by Chief Big Sister, we don't know too well. In short, what we heard from Dragon Elephant Sect is that she used a strong strength to kill a number of veterans and elders, the ones where Dragon Elephant Sect is. The residences of the mountains and relatives of the nearby elders were all destroyed, and there were countless deaths and injuries, Linger continued. It's Tao Creation, Saint Crystal. She refining Tao Creation, Saint Crystal. Xinxiang fists. Master? Has she been affected? This is not, but she was caught. 2 of the elders reacted in time to resist, and also witnessed her brutal killing of the great old man, the predecessor Dean, who should have got your legendary spell. Said Xiang'er. Chief Big Sister was caught, and she was to be executed in public just a year later. Wait for Dean to come out and preside over it. Linger said that he couldn't help but cry. This one, the event was alarmed by Tao Creation Sect. The veteran of Tao Creation Sect was also here, the veteran of Tao Creation Sect and the veteran relations. H.I. plus P of Dragon Elephant Sect were intimate, and now they have settled in Dragon Elephant Sect. Is there news from Luo Jiang? Xinxiang took a deep breath. He saved Dean Yuan Jiqing of Dragon Elephant Sect and Dean Wan Haishu of Tao Creation Sect, but it seems to be useless. The 2 Dean are seriously injured now. In the face of the previous veteran, there is no rebellious strength. No, Gutong and Luo Jiang have no news since that incident. Xiang'er said she knows the relations. H.I. plus P between Xinxiang and Luo Jiang. There is still another year. Xinxiang frowned. Master's parents? Where are they going? I have to have at least the cultivation base of the divine world defying realm late stage in 1 year to save the master. I don't know. They haven't come back since they last went out. Nowadays, such a big thing hasn't come back. Xiang'er shook her head, and she didn't dare to think in the wrong direction. Master, she won't be taken away from legendary spell. Xinxiang is also worried about the pain that Xiao Xianglin will suffer. Those veterans were killed by Chief Big Sister, and they needed to work together to succeed. Xiang'er said, Chief Big Sister's work this day has shocked many forces. Xinxiang frowned. He must rescue Xiao Xianglin, because Xiao Xianglin is to avenge him, so desperate. Xinxiang frowned. He must rescue Xiao Xianglin, because Xiao Xianglin is to avenge him. So desperate. Shan Xiang, do you say that the parents of Chief Big Sister are dead? Xianger whispered. Chief Big Sister's temper is relatively Russ. I plus Ing, but she will consider the consequences. Didn't she not fight you last time? Linger also said, Chief Big Sister will suddenly make this kind of thing. I think it may have been stimulated by something else that caused her anger to be suppressed. I heard them say this. Shen Xiang also felt that there was such a possibility. Xiao Xianglin might know something about her parents. Dragon Elephant sect had this kind of thing, and it was used as a laughing stock by other forces. The two elders of Dragon Elephant sect were also very angry, so they decided to invite Big Shots of Big Shot to Dragon Elephant sect and watch the execution of Chief Big. Sister, Xiang said. Xin Xiang said solemnly, Master will not have something to do. I must rescue her. Now that his soul's injury has not recovered, he has to wait for recovery to make a thoughtful plan. Is it safe here? Xin Xiang asked. We don't know, but this month we changed appearance and went to find out Dragon Elephant sect is also looking for us everywhere. The Dragon Elephant sect veteran has learned that we took you away, Linger said. Let's get out of here. Shan Xiang took out Divine Mirror of Six Paths. Your injury is still not good. Or continue to stay here, Xianger said. Although it hasn't recovered yet, it doesn't matter. Let's leave here first. Maybe they have the means to find us. We are the biggest hope of saving the Master. Xin Xiang finished. Xianger and Linger nodded, and then entered the Divine Mirror of Six Paths. After seeing Xin Xiang, He Feng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. You can scare me. She signed a contract with Shen Xiang, and she died when Xin Xiang died. My life is hard. Xin Xiang coldly snorted. Xin Xiang's thing. He Feng Yuan didn't know that she couldn't perceive the outside world in Divine Mirror of Six Paths, but she knew that Xin Xiang's soul was very weak. What happened? He Feng Yuan asked. Shen Xiang told He Feng Yuan in detail that although He Feng Yuan had no cultivation base at this time, she had a lot of knowledge and was his helper. You are really messy. He Feng Yuan was very said after listening to it. Xiao Xianglin actually killed a number of divine world, defying realm peaks. She thought terrifying. Xin Xiang is sure that Xiao Xianglin will definitely use the Tao Creation Saint Crystal, which shows how angry Xiao Xianglin was at the time. So, is your legendary spell not there? He Feng Yuan felt very pity-sighed. No, I heard that Chief Big Sister took away the body of the old man, and the veterans kept her handing over. This may be why the veteran is not fighting, saying that Dean is leaving the host. Xiang'er said, after the old Yuan took away Xin Xiang's legendary spell and was killed by Xiao Xianglin, the body was taken away by Xiao Xianglin. Legendary spell was connected with the soul of the great old man. The two surviving elders definitely wanted to win, so they did not have Xiao Xianglin fight. And because they only have two veterans left, they can't cast spells on Xiao Xianglin. Although Tao Creation Sect has come to some veterans, he must have disagreement on the owners. I plus P of legendary spell. Now he should be negotiating, or there are other changes. Shan Xiang suddenly thought a lot, and the more he dragged on, the worse the situation of Xiao Xianglin was. That said, Dragon Elephant Sect and Tao Creation Sect will definitely look for you everywhere, and want Chief Big Sister to hand over legendary spell, and only start from you, He Feng Yuan said. Yes. Xin Xiang nodded. I think this is also the partic. 1. P-ation of the Emperor of Imperial Dragon Palace, because in the Big Barrier, the Dean and Elder of the major sects are both devastated, and these veterans have to come out. After they came out, they learned that legendary spell was definitely not similarly. If it wasn't for Imperial Dragon Palace to tell Dragon Elephant Sect that he had slaughtering evil dragon, there wouldn't be a series of things happening. Now I can only go to Tao Creation Mountain. Xin Xiang didn't know where Tao Creation Mountain was, but he thought he should be able to find out. Do you know how to get there? Ask who? Xiong'er said, "They all know about Tao Creation Mountain." "Dean of Dao Creation Sect," said Xinxiang. "This isn't that good." Linger said with some concern, "I believe my vision. I saved this guy. If it wasn't me and Master, he is already dead now." Xinxiang said, "He should know something about Tao Creation Mountain." Xiong'er and Linger can only listen to Xinxiang's now. Although their cultivation base is higher than Xinxiang, their knowledge and ideas are not as good as Xinxiang. After all, they are slaves since childhood. In the divine mirror of 6 paths, Xinxiang can run first level time formation, which speeds up his recovery of the soul. A few days later, Xinxiang, with the help of Mai and Jing sisters, has gradually recovered, and now he goes to Tao Creation Sect. Tao Creation Sect and Tao Creation Mountain may have any relations. H.I. plus P. Wan Haishu, as Dean of Tao Creation Sect, definitely knows something. Xinxiang said that he has come to the city near Tao Creation Sect. The city is also talking about Xiao Xianglin at this time. Sect's elders are one of the most powerful ones, but they have been killed by Xiao Xianglin. There are only 2 left. Everyone talks about this. Cannot help but sigh again and again. In the city, Xinxiang learned that Ding Yuhai often walked outside, and he came to a hotel where Ding Yuhai met with friends at this hotel. At night, Ding Yuhai came back after drinking the wine. Just entering the room, she felt a slight scent. Then a figure flashed out. His reaction was very quick. He immediately showed divine sword, ready to stab, but saw the familiar face. Brother Shen. Ding Yuhai was amazed. What Xiao Xianglin did was caused by Xinxiang. Everyone knows about it. Tao Creation Sect, Dragon Elephant Sect, and Imperial Dragon Palace are now looking for Xinxiang on the street. "Brother Ding, I need your help." Xinxiang hurriedly said that although he is not deeply involved with Ding Yuhai, he believes in his own vision and believes that Ding Yuhai will definitely help him. "What can I help you?" Ding Yuhai sat in a chair and sighed, knowing how complicated Xinxiang was at the time. Xiao Xianglin was arrested and publicly executed a year later. Xinxiang, as a disciple, must find ways to save Xiao Xianglin. "I want to see your dean." Xinxiang said, "You help me to say a word, saying that I am waiting for him here. You should not let him come or not." Ding Yuhai is very confused. Why should Xinxiang see Dean of Xiao Creation Sect? And Dean of Tao Creation Sect was seriously injured at the retreat. The big shot of multiple forces came back from the Big Barrier. Both were seriously injured and some died. This is well known. Ding Yuhai saw Xinxiang insist on seeing their dean, and things were so important that he didn't ask much. Since the geek www.z-by-ge.com, Ding Yuhai saw Xinxiang insist on seeing their dean, and things were so important that he didn't ask much. Since the geek www.z-by-ge.com, Dean is rehabilitating. I don't know if I can contact him. I try my best. I will go now. Ding Yuhai said that it was night and he returned to Tao Creation Sect overnight. Xinxiang stood at the window and looked at the night outside, but did not care to watch it. There was still a year when Xiao Xianglin was to be publicly executed. He must have thought of ways to save Xiao Xianglin. Although he has time domain, he is not sure that he will enter Divine World Defying Realm in 1 year. It is difficult to step into Divine World Defying Realm, let alone Divine World Defying Realm, unless he can find a fast upgrade. Pills. It was dawn. Xinxiang was still standing at the window. Ding Yuhai did not come, but Wan Haishu came. Xinxiang didn't think that it wasn't Ding Yuhai who opened the door, but Dean of Tao Creation Sect. Ding Yuhai really succeeded in getting Wan Haishu. Wan Haishu was dressed in a black robe with a fight. After he took off the fight, he could see his slightly weak old face. He had not recovered completely since his last injury. "I know everything about it." Wan Haishu saw Xinxiang expression serious. "You and the girl saved me, although I gave you Tao Creation Saint Stone in return. but I think my life is not only 2 Tao Creation Saint Stone. My injury is still not good. When I am hurt, I will try my best to save her, even if I catch my life. Dandine, you are heavy. Shen Xiang did not expect that Wan Haishu was prepared to do desperately. He still knows this after all, because Tao Creation Sect's veteran went to Dragon Elephant Sect. Wan Din, I am here to find you, not to let you save my master, although you are outstanding. But even if you recover completely, it is difficult to rival so many old. Xin Xiang said. He also did not try to find Xiao Xianglin in Dragon Elephant Sect. The place where Xiao Xianglin is being held now must be very strict. If he breaks in and is arrested, then no one can save it, so he did not try. That, when Haishu was very confused. In fact, Xinxiang let him go to save. He would never refuse. This point Xinxiang just saw it and secretly admired it. I think about it, there is something about Tao Creation Mountain, said Xinxiang, a more powerful presence on Tao Creation Mountain, where he is going to find better pillars. Although they're Dawn who can make people enter divine world defying realm, the effect is not very good. Xinxiang needs Dan who can let him step into the divine world defying realm late stage. There is no more here. You unexpectedly know about Tao Creation Mountain. Wan Haishu listened to Xinxiang and mentioned Tao Creation Mountain. I think it is hopeful to save Xiao Xianglin because Tao Creation Mountain is very powerful. If Xinxiang can find a helper at Tao Creation Mountain, then still hopeful. Occasionally I heard it, Xinxiang said. This is my only hope now, so I have to go there. Wan Haishu nodded. Tao Creation Sect and Tao Creation Mountain have deep roots because Tao Creation Sect was originally built by Tao Creation Mountain. I don't know much about it now, but I became Tao Creation Sect. Dean, I read a history book by Tao Creation Sect, which is a simple record. Where is Tao Creation Mountain? Xinxiang's heart, Tao Creation Sect's Dean, really knows a little about Tao Creation Mountain. Wan Haishu came up with a large ancient book. The ancient book was made with special materials. Even if it was a long time, the ancient book did not have traces of old things, but it was a simple atmosphere. Wan Haishu opened a few pages and saw a big map. This is the area we are in. Wan Haishu used his fingers to draw a circle around the edge of the map. This area is small. Later, Wan Haishu drew a circle around the center of the map. This is Tao Creation Mountain. This map should be useful to you. You should remember it. Xinxiang quickly wrote down the map. The area where the top 10 sects are located is so vast, but it is only a small area in the Inno Path, and Tao Creation Mountain is very wide. Be careful on the road. This is 20 Crystal Emperors. Maybe you don't know. Wan Haishu handed Xinxiang 20 Crystal Emperors. Many thanks, Wan Din. Xinxiang was very grateful. After all, he was the most helpless time, but someone helped him. You're welcome. Wan Haishu lightly smiled, patted Xinxiang's shoulder. You will succeed. Wan Din, if Gu Tong and Luo Jiang come back, I hope you can talk to them. I don't want you to say that Luo Jiang and I are from a place. Xinxiang said. I can see this. Wan Haishu he smiled. Last time he saw Luo Jiang and Xinxiang leaving alone. They knew what was hidden. If Luo Jiang and Gu Tong are there, Xinxiang may not have to travel to Tao Creation Mountain. Million Dean. Thank you for Brother Ding, said Xinxiang. Know it. You are careful all the way. Wan Haishu nodded. Xinxiang leaves the hotel and follows the direction of the map and follows in that direction. After leaving the city, he released Ahu. Ahu's speed is faster, can fly higher, which can make him more safe. Xinxiang, you go to Tao Creation Mountain and remember to hide your dragon. Even your azure dragon may have the atmosphere of slaughtering evil dragon. He Feng Yuan said, Imperial Dragon Palace may be sensed. Your azure dragon, because your azure dragon has the fragrance of the slaughtering evil dragon, is tracked by the Imperial Dragon Palace. Imperial Dragon Palace is waiting for me. Shen Xiang bit his teeth, not to mention slaughtering evil dragon. even his scarlet fire divine dragon, which gives a very terrifying feeling. Shen Xiang, riding Ahu flying in the sky, heavy feelings along the way. He was worried about Xiao Xianglin, worried that those people will fight Xiao Xianglin in advance. Tao Creation Mountain far away. Shen Xiang didn't know how long it would take to get there. Now he can only let Ahu rush at the fastest speed. The dangers are generally on the ground, and it is safer at high alt. 1. Tudes. So Shen Xiang has been flying for more than 10 days, and it has been very smooth and has not encountered anything. It's been more than 10 days. Haven't you arrived yet? Shen Xiang didn't want to waste so much time on the road, but now there is no way. Ahu's speed is very fast, flying for more than 10 days. This is a long way to fly. But Shen Xiang did not see the unique logo of Tao Creation Mountain, which is the kind of giant mountain. When I first told him about the old man, Tao Creation Mountain was very huge. In the past few days, there was a thick fog in front of it. Strange, there are clouds in such a high place. Shen Xiang, after seeing the clouds, Ahu had already penetrated into the clouds. Shen Xiang looked down and thought that the following was a thick cloud. Is this a natural barrier? Shen Xiang was puzzled. When Shen Xiang thought about it, Ahu had already said through this thick cloud. When Shen Xiang thought about it, Ahu had already said through this thick cloud. Later, Shen Xiang saw a huge blurry shadow in the distance. When you look closely, a giant berm stands in the distance, straight into the sky, and can't see the top. Tao Creation Mountain is very huge. The mountain is very high, as if it has touched the starry sky. Shen Xiang is flying high at this time, but still cannot see the foothills of Tao Creation Mountain. It's really huge. Shen Xiang seemed to be seeing a sky falling down and lying on the ground. Tao Creation Mountain covered a large area, which was very shocking. After Shen Xiang let Ahu fly low, looking at the tall mountain in the distance, he felt an inexplicable pressure, which made him somewhat breathless. Ahu, you can rest and rest. Shen Xiang let Ahu enter the divine mirror of 6 paths and fly for almost 20 days. Without a break, Ahu is very tired at this time. Shen Xiang enters the divine mirror of 6 paths to control the divine mirror of 6 paths flight. Now that he has come to the area where Tao Creation Mountain is located, it is definitely experts as common as clouds, so he has to be very careful and enter the divine mirror of 6 paths to be the safest. After divine mirror of 6 paths was released by his anti-strength, he quickly flew in the woods. Tao Creation Mountain has a total of 7 seats, all separated by first stage, and Shen Xiang can only see one of Tao Creation Mountain. Shen Xiang took control of divine mirror of 6 paths for 2 days. He has already arrived under Tao Creation Mountain and boarded Tao Creation Mountain. He does not know where to go to find places where people gather, such as cities or sections local. Only by finding these places can he quickly learn about Tao Creation Mountain and then do his business. Tao Creation Mountain is green, mainly filled with huge green trees. Shen Xiang is a relatively short area in Tao Creation Mountain. This area is very wide. After entering, Shen Xiang did not feel that he was on the mountain. Of course, Tao Creation Mountain is so huge that it only has to go to a higher place to have the feeling of climbing. The highest place is Tao Creation Mountain, the most pointed one. It must be small, not as wide as the base of the mountain. I don't know what sect this Tao Creation Mountain has. Shen Xiang walks aimlessly, and he wants to go deep. All night, in the divine mirror of 6 paths, he suddenly heard a voice coming from outside. "So late, what are you doing in this place?" a man complained. "You brat, I no goof off all day. I am bringing you to practice now. If you don't work hard, you will be thrown out by the family." A middle-aged hate iron is not steel. Size can see that the man is his son. "Oh, I am too lazy to be in the family. I will be ejected when I get out, so I can be more chic." The man actually laughed at Hee. With a bang, the middle-aged banged the man's head and hurt the man's loud voice. "I was stupid. You will fight again. I will be stupid." The man was very dissatisfied with the big shout. Shen Xiang came out of the divine mirror of 6 paths. He had already seen the father and son. They were all burly. Father was out of the ordinary, and his son looked a little thick. Under Xinxiang, I first came to Tao Creation Mountain. I wonder if the two can tell me how to get there somewhere? Xinxiang went up and said with a fist, I am Song Jiangnan. This is my son Song Longshan. The middle-aged saw someone, hurriedly said, and pulled the son sitting on the ground. Let him hurry up because it was so rude. Song Senior, big brother Song. Xinxiang lightly smiled, said, Song Longshan was called a big brother. Some were flattered, and quickly got up and smiled. Brother, you are welcome. Yes, you said you want to go somewhere? The nearest one is Blue Fire City, our Song family. It is a family of Blue Fire City. Little brother, should you come from the outside? Song Jiangnan patted his son, let him not talk, then pointed to the cloud and said, Xinxiang nodded. It's not easy to come all the way, but I'm not familiar with it here. I hope the two can guide me. It's really amazing. I can come to Tao Creation Mountain from the outside. I must have experienced a lot on the road. Song Jiangnan said with great admiration, and then thought that his son was a shoulder bag and could not help but sigh. Where is it? It is not too hard along the way. Xinxiang said with a smile, I don't want to go out anyway. I heard that it is very dangerous outside. Song Longshan snorted, and his old man is now trying to catch him. Xinxiang flies high on the road. There are not many beasts flying here. So Xinxiang is very safe at high alt. One tooed. Song Jiangnan said, Little brother, it is better to come back to Blue Fire City with us. I originally wanted to bring this brat to experience outside, but if you look at him like this, I think it is. Song Senior, people have their own interests. Big brother Song may not like to kill and kill because of personality reasons, just like a stable life. Enjoy quiet. I think his character should go to Refiner or Alchemy. Maybe they will be great the future, said Xinxiang. Song Longshan seems to have found a confidant. Can't wait to immediately marry Jinlan with Xinxiang. Hey, I always like the Refiner, but you just don't agree. I always say that I don't have innate talent. In fact, I have innate talent. Song Longshan said very wrongly. The important innate talent required by the Refiner is to learn Tao Creation spell. Big brother Song. If you learn Tao Creation spell very quickly, it means you have innate talent in this area. Xinxiang said, I am learning Tao Creation spell several times faster than others. Song Longshan is very proud to mention this. Song Jiangnan sighed helplessly. I hope he has a lot to do in the Refiner. But our Song family doesn't want to give him the important Tao Creation spell because he always gives people a chance to be promising. Doing things at ordinary times is also timid. It's not a bad thing to be timid. At least you can live longer. Xinxiang hee smiled. Since the family doesn't give it, Song Senior, as a father, you should try to fight for it. You only have to show Big Brother Song. Only by your own strength can you gain family recognition. Song Longshan can't wait to hold Xinxiang crying. For so many years, there is finally a person who talks about his heart. Big brother, you are right. If there is a good Tao Creation spell for me to learn, after I learn, refining a precious divine tool will definitely be proud. Song Longshan has called Xinxiang as his eldest brother. He is a straight person. Song Jiangnan also thinks that Xinxiang is right. He suddenly feels that Song family is looking down on their father and son, so he never gives them a chance. He thinks that he has a problem. If he has a skill as a father, Song family, I will not leave the precious Tao Creation spell to his son. If he has the ability, even if Song family does not give it, he can find himself to learn from his son. Song Jiangnan pondered Xinxiang's words and decided to work hard to find Tao Creation spell for his son in the future. Song Jiangnan pondered Xinxiang's words and decided to work hard to find Tao Creation spell for his son in the future. Little brother must be a rich and knowledgeable person. Many thanks for your advice. Otherwise, I might let my child go the wrong way. Song Jiangnan arched Xinxiang. Big brother, if you don't know anything about Tao Creation Mountain in the future, just ask me. I will tell you. Song Longxian admired Xinxiang at this time. Your cultivation base is higher than me. You are the big brother. Xinxiang said with a smile, Song Longxian, but divine world defying realm, he can't be afraid. Don't say what cultivation base is not cultivation base, the winner is a teacher. Let alone, I just call you big brother. If you don't wake me up, I don't know what my dad will take me to do. You can save my life. Song Longxian haha said with a smile. Song Jiangnan couldn't help, but because he found that his son was suddenly staying a little, and he could say such a slippery word. He seemed to understand that Song Longxian never talked to others before, mainly because others looked down on him and didn't understand. He so naturally resists those people, so I always like to be alone. Song Jiang and suddenly felt that he was not very familiar with his son. He thought about it. In Song family, his son may have been shackled from an early age. So if he doesn't speak anything, he will be seen as a fool, but it is not. He suddenly feels that his son should be a genius. The speed of learning Tao creation spell is very fast. This is no match for Song family. I still don't dare to be. Xinxiang said with a smile. From now on, you are my big brother. Song Longxian can be afraid of Xinxiang, as long as he believes that's all right. Well, let's go back to Blue Fire City. Song Jiangnan was very happy at this time, and his son met a confidant, which is also a good thing. Song Jiangnan, their father and son, talking to Xinxiang along the way, walked in the forest. Song Jiangnan's strength is not weak. Unexpectedly is divine world defying realm late stage. But in his strength, the Song family is not taken seriously. It can be seen that among the Song family, there are many people at the top of divine world defying realm. Song Senior, I am only the peak of world defying sacred realm. I want to step into divine world defying realm. What do I need to eat? Xinxiang asked, and Song Longxian can step into divine world defying realm. I think it should be eaten. Take turning G. Oh, D pill. I just eat this stand breakthrough. Song Longxian said, this is low-grade Tao creation divine pill. It's quite expensive, and it needs to eat a lot. A crystal emperor is about 200 capsules, Song Jiangnan said. The main purpose of turning G. Oh, D pill is world-defying sacred realm. It's great to step into G. Oh, D realm, but it's useless afterwards, so among the low-grade Tao creation divine pill, this is the most convenient. Xinxiang didn't say anything because he had purchased a crystal emperor before, and certainly no turning Geo D pill, so turning Zhou D pill is also relatively convenient. Is Blue Fire City available for sale? Xinxiang asked. Blue Fire City is a city dominated by flames, and refiner alchemy requires flames. Blue Fire City is well versed in this area. Song Jiangnan said, our Song family is using flames, and we mainly cultivate the road to fire. We have both Song family alchemist and refining master. Then why not send Brother Song to train? His refiner should be good, Xinxiang asked. The group of guys act like a SN. Oh, they all say that I am a nerd, I can't learn, I don't want to teach me. Song Longxian is very disdainful. On that group of idiots, learning a Tao creation spell requires time for formation. I got up quickly, but they stayed in the time formation for hundreds of thousands of years to learn one. Actually, there was time for formation. Xinxiang was so excited. When he came to Tao Creation Mountain, he spent 20 days. He had to hurry. Big brother, you call me Longxian. That's all right, said Song Longxian. Longxian, what do you learn from Tao creation spell now? Xinxiang asked. I have the first level. I have only 5 second levels. I can't learn it later. Song Longxian felt very helpless. He looked at his father. Ray. Sure, after I go back, I will find a way to fight for Tao creation spell for you. If they don't give it, I will buy it myself, said Song Jiangnan. This is my good old man. Song Longxian haha said with a smile. When I learned, I want to let the group of people who look down on me, who is the fool. Blue Fire City, the walls are flamed, and the roof of every household is lit up with flames. These flames are multicolored and very beautiful at night. Shan Xiang entered the city and felt that it was very hot here, but the people who repaired the fire here felt nothing. Shen Xiang followed the father and son, walking on A Saya Street, burning on both sides of the flame, because the flame is the most beautiful in the night, so the Blue Fire City is the most lively in the night. In the darkness of the Blue Fire City, the fire is full of fire, the multicolored flames are colorful and gorgeous, and I can see the surprise of Xin Xiang. The city of Tao Creation Mountain is really unique. 100-story high-rise building in the distance. The flames of each layer are burning, and there is a large group of flame-like flames on the top of the building. It is spectacular. Daddy, you go back to Song family. I don't want to go back. I took my big brother around, and he said that he wants to buy a pills. I will take him to buy it, said Song Longxian. Well, you have to be careful. Don't make trouble everywhere. Song Longxian sighed and returned to Song family. Longxian, do you have a cell family with turning G? Oh, D pill? Xinxiang asked. No, turning G. Oh, D pill is only available to Ling family. Dan of our Song family speciality is not this. Song Longxian said. In Tao Creation Mountain, every family needs an irreplaceable Dan on the market. Either the refiner technique or the divine tool has certain specialties. The family can stand on this. Once their Dan is replaced, it is a family crisis. So, isn't there a lot of Tao Creation divine pill here? Shan Xiang suddenly thought it might be Alchemist's sacred land. Isn't it? I took it to the Ling family store. Song Longxian said, I know people from Ling family. Although I am not too friendly, I feel more reliable than the children of our Song family. Song Longxian walked quickly and took Xinxiang through the flames of the Blue Fire City, then to a 100-story building. This is Ling family. All of their stores, as well as family members, are in this building. Song Longxian said, Our Song family building is a few 10 layers shorter than them. Where is the building who is very powerful? Xinxiang asked. Well, if you build it up, you will know that the higher the harder it is to build, there will be an invisible pressure on it, and the general material can withstand the pressure. Song Longxian speaks between Xinxiang, enters the lobby of the first floor. Song Longxian, the light road, is familiar with Xinxiang and comes to the corner counter. There are people at other counters, but this counter is not. Song Longxian, the light road, is familiar with Xinxiang and comes to the corner counter. There are people at other counters, but this counter is not. Longxian is it selling turning G. Oh, D pill? Xinxiang looked at the other counters. The counters of the people were not only the things that people were selling, but many of them were very lively. The counter was not only sold by no one. Things, the counter did not show any items. Big brother, you don't understand. Turning G. Oh, D pill is the alchemist of Ling family. And then the juniors go to Alchemist to get the goods and sell them here. Song Longxian said, Here, there are more than 10 stalls. Both sell turning G. Oh, D pill, but the quality here is the best and the same price. Old Song, did you pick up the Crystal Emperor? Want to buy pills? A very thin man came, Haha said with a smile. The man was thin, but dressed very luxurious, making him look funny. Old Ling, this is my big brother, named Xinxiang. Song Longxian hastily introduced Xinxiang, and then said to Xinxiang, Big brother, his name is Ling Yong, the shopkeeper of this counter. Hello. Xinxiang said with a slight smile. Old Song actually recognizes you as a big brother. It seems that you are very capable. Ling Yong said with a smile. Xinxiang has seen that the relations H.I.+P between Song Longxian and Ling Yong is good. No, Old Song, your big brother seems to be much weaker than you. You are not strong. You should find a stronger brother. Ling Yong looked at Xinxiang and sensed Xinxiang. There's no trace of arrogant potential. and Xinxiang is still world-defying sacred realm. It doesn't matter. I brought him to buy turning G. Oh, deep hill. Is there any goods in your hand? Said Song Longxian. There are exactly 2, but someone has already booked. Ling Yong sighed. Do you mean that we want to increase the price? Song Longxian coldly snorted. Old Song, you have never stayed. I just don't understand why others call you a nerd. Ling Yong laughed, acknowledging that he would increase the price to buy. Song Longxian is angry, glaring at Ling Yong. Old Song, you have to figure out we are not friends. You just talk to me often, so I am so familiar with you, Ling Yong said. Xinxiang took out a crystal emperor and said, Forget it. I will go to another house to buy it. Ling Yong is really a businessman. At a glance, she sees Xinxiang's crystal emperor out of the ordinary. The crystal emperor that Shanxiang took out is the kind that the girl pill spirit condenses, and the quality is extremely high. Shanxiang just doesn't know. Here, the unnatural crystal emperor will not be resisted. Don't stop. Ling Yong hastily holds Xinxiang. Brother Xin, don't hurry. Song Longxian also sees that Xinxiang's crystal emperor is good. Song Longxian learns Tao creation spell, is prepared for the refiner, crystal emperor as a refiner material and also a cultivation resource. He is of course very familiar. Can also see the quality of Xinxiang's crystal emperor very high. Big brother, go, let's go elsewhere. And here turning G. Oh, deep hill has been booked. Song Longxian took Xinxiang and was leaving. Wait, my turning G. Oh, deep hill can sell it to you. Ling Yong hurriedly said, Brother Xin, your crystal emperor is only I will want. Others can't take it. When Xinxiang heard Ling Yong's words, he knew that the crystal emperor was still resisted, but his crystal emperor was about half as high as other crystal emperors. This kind of thing, Brother Xin should know that you can take it out, but no one collects it, but it is useful to me, so I want it. Ling Yong took out a turning G. Oh, deep hill, and handed it to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took over turning G. Oh, deep hill, and said, What do you want for this crystal emperor? Of course, the refiner. Your crystal emperor is of high quality, and the crystal emperor I have to use it myself, so it's still worth it. Ling Yong happily said with a smile, The next time you want Dan, you can also look for it. Aye, okay, big brother, let's go. Song Longxian hastily left with Xinxiang and came to the inn where he stayed. After entering the room, Song Longxian hurriedly said, Big brother, is your kind of crystal emperor refining? Yes, what's wrong? Xinxiang asked curiously. That's a human crystal emperor. Song Longxuan's face is serious. You don't want to take it out next time. It's easy to get into trouble. I know. Xinxiang nodded. The crystal emperor was mentioned before, and Xiangli mentioned it. He didn't expect Tao Creation Mountain and the top 10 sects to use this name. It can be seen that it existed long time ago. Understand? Longxian, let me try this Dan first. You should rest and rest first. Xinxiang then entered a secret room. Then enter divine mirror of 6 paths. Feng Yuan, see you, said Xinxiang. He Feng Yuan, who can recognize Dan's ability, is very magical. He has always been curious about how He Feng Yuan did it, but He Feng Yuan does not. Ken said, He Feng Yuan knows that Xinxiang wants to save Xiao Xianglin, but now she can quickly improve her strength. Only through the pills she eats turning G. Oh, D pill, then closes her eyes to identify the herbs needed for turning G. Oh, D pill. After half a day, He Feng Yuan said, Turning G. Oh, D pill uses only one kind of flower refining. This flower is called giant spirit flower. It has a large basin, weighs 100 pounds, and has 12 petals. The petals are during the day, white-black at night. Just use a herbs, it's still very easy to refine, said Xinxiang, which is Tao Creation Divine Pill. Although it is low grade, the difficulty of refining can be a challenge for Xinxiang. Shanxiang came out of the divine mirror of 6 paths, and Song Longxian was waiting outside for him. How big is the effect of turning G? Oh, D pill. Song Longxian hastily asked. Not bad. Shen Xiang lightly smiled. Just like this, I still don't know when to eat. I want to refine this kind of Dan. Self-refining. Song Longxian was shocked. Shen Xiang originally thought that Song Longxian didn't believe anything. When he knew that Song Longxian was screaming, he said, "Big brother, you are too powerful." "I am still out of the process. I already know the herbs that turning Ji. D-pill needs. Just don't know that Lingyong will not sell it to me." Shen Xiang said, "This is the family jewels of Ling family. Let's go to Lingyong and ask." Song Longxian was very excited and asked, "Big brother, are you an alchemist?" Shen Xiang nodded, said with a smile, "Yes, but I will not refine the high level of Dan." "You are alchemist, that's all right anyway. You don't know, alchemy is much harder than the refiner. I originally wanted to learn, but when I listened to the process of alchemy, I gave up." Song Longxian said. Song Longxian came to the Ling family building with enthusiasm. At this time, the sky was already bright. It was a lot colder than the night. This time, Shen Xiang saw Lingyong kneeling on the counter. He saw Shen Xiang and Song Longxian and immediately became very spiritual and smiling. After Song Longxian came, I looked at all around, no one was nearby, and then lowered my voice and said, "Old Ling, we are looking for you to talk about a special sale. Is it convenient to talk here?" After Song Longxian came, I looked at all around, no one was nearby, and then lowered my voice and said, "Old Ling, we are looking for you to talk about a special sale. Is it convenient to talk here?" "Inconvenient, come with me." Lingyong opened a sliding door behind him and then entered with Shen Xiang and Song Longxian. Lingyong knows that Shen Xiang has the kind of crystal emperor, and he knows that this crystal emperor is made of human blood, so he doesn't mind. "I still want turning Ji." D-pill? "I can get high-quality turning Ji." D-pill. "It may take a little time, Lingyong sighed. "My turning Ji. D-pill is taken from my grandfather. But my grandfather is not only my grandson, there are dozens." "Big brother, he is telling the truth." Song Longxian said, "His grandfather is an alchemist, and only a large furnace of turning Ji. D-pill is remade every month. There are a total of 20 such pieces, which are not easy to grab. Yes, my grandfather used to refine a few furnaces a month. At that time, there were more Dan in my hands." Lingyong is also very helpless. "I don't want Dan this time, it's a flower." Shen Xiang paused, continued. "A big flower weighing 100 pounds, white during the day, black at night." Lingyong's eyebrows jumped slightly, although the movement was weak, but she was seen by Shen Xiang. "It's a strange flower. I don't have it here." Lingyong shook his head, but his heart was shocked, because Shen Xiang said that the flower is the giant spirit flower of turning Jiao. D-pill. Shen Xiang actually knows turning Ji. D-pill is made from this flower. Lingyong thought a lot. He guessed that Shen Xiang was identified by the Dan, but this is also highest Ji, D, which is incredible. This is the secret of their Ling family for many years. The people who know this secret are all if you sign a blood contract. You will die if you leak it or sell a giant spirit flower. Shen Xiang took out 2 crystal emperors on the desktop. "I really don't know." Lingyong sighed and shook his head. He wanted the 2 crystal emperors, but he couldn't sell the giant spirit flower. Now he can be sure that Shen Xiang is an alchemist. The young alchemist is also more common here, but in their Ling family it seems so young there are not many who can refine turning Jiao D-pill. I heard a young lady. She found this flower. She was going to sell it to a shop, but she was asking too much. The shop didn't have to. This young lady was in a hut under the western wall of Blue Fire City. There is a purple leaf tree at the door of the cottage. You can go to the young lady. Right, the flower in the hands of this young lady is too precious, so it is easy to get rid of the disaster. You have to hurry, Lingyong said. After listening to Lingyong, Shen Xiang also understands that Lingyong is not allowed to sell the giant spirit flower. Even these 3 words are not mentioned. The same is true in Dragon Elephant Sect. Those who learn high-level fusion spell after that, it can't be pass. Said on to others, even if it's not for children, it will be flood, contract, backlash. Longxian, let's go. Xinxiang shouted. Song Longxian hastily took Xinxiang and walked out. Ling Yong saw Xinxiang not taking the crystal emperor on the table. He was happy. He thought that Xinxiang would take one, but gave him all. Ling Yong is still surprised by the crystal emperor. He doesn't know if Xinxiang can really make turning G. Oh, D-pill. Forget it. Don't tell the family about it. It doesn't help me anymore. Ling Yong took out the 2 crystal emperors, and he felt that Xinxiang had more benefits for him. Song Longxian is familiar with Blue Fire City, and he runs with Xinxiang all the way to the West Wall. Ling family people know that young lady, there is that kind of flower, and will definitely send someone to ASA. Senate, Song Longxian said. Yes, although the young lady doesn't know what it is, the Ling family must not let this flower fall into the hands of other pill shops, and they can't buy it themselves. Otherwise it is easy to cause doubts from others. Good practice. Let this young lady disappear, Xinxiang said. Soon, they came under the wall of the West Wall. The houses here are all very landed. This is a slum, very messy. In the middle of the day, there are very few people here. Purple leaf tree, over there! Song Longxian shouted, then immediately rushed over. Song Longxian rushed faster than Xinxiang, almost rushed over in a flash, and Xinxiang immediately felt a dangerous atmosphere. Longxian, there are situations you have to be careful. Xinxiang hurriedly said. After Song Longxian entered the room, a burst of aroma came to the fore, and Xinxiang immediately waved a chi flow and blew the fragrance. It is poisonous! Song Longxian just smelled a little bit and immediately forced him out of the body, holding his breath, and saw a shadow suddenly rushed out of the roof. Give it to me. Song Longxian hastily caught up. Xinxiang was in the house of anti-strength, cautious and solemn, and saw a woman in white, wearing a white robes lying on a chair. Xuanfei. Xinxiang almost cried, hastily teleport past, picked Pang Xuanfei, then sent it to Hidden Jade Villa, and handed it to Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu. Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu are anxious, especially Su Maiyao, but she likes Pang Xuanfei most. Xinxiang comes to the road of inauguration. Su Maiyao mentions several times, let Xinxiang find a way to find this white Peng female. Suddenly now encountered this, and Peng Xuanfei was poisoned. The poisoning is not too deep. Xuanfei herself has certain resistance to poison, and her research on poison is also slightly deep. She can use her own methods to resist the spread of virulence in time. Bai Yuyu uses a strong ice and cold force, sealed the poison in Peng Xuanfei's body, then extracted the poison from the poisonous aroma in the house, and then began to refine detoxification Dan with Su Maiyao. How can Xuanfei be here? Entering Hidden Jade Villa, Peng Xuanfei's wings are gone, and Xin sees some distress, caressing the pale, paper-like face. I don't know, I found her in the end, but fortunately it is not too serious. Su Maiyao gave a sigh of relief. Xinxiang came out of Hidden Jade Villa and saw only Song Longxian carrying a black-robed man. Big brother, after this guy was caught by me, the soul was destroyed, but the body is still good, said Song Longxian. Burn him off. Xinxiang nodded. What about the young lady? Asked Song Longxian. I didn't expect that she was a friend of mine who has been missing for many years. She detoxified in one of my divine tools. There should be nothing wrong with it. Let's go back. Xinxiang said. Longxian today don't want this filed with anyone. I know. Song Longxian nodded. Xinxiang and Song Longxian returned to the inn, and Xinxiang was paying attention along the way to see if anyone was following them. He didn't find it, which made him feel a lot more. At night, Xinxiang was in the room, and he was waiting for Peng Xuanfei to wake up. Peng Xuanfei, this white Peng woman, who was taken away by her grandmother, really came to the place of the inaugural road. So Xinxiang did not understand that Peng Xuanfei actually stepped into the divine world, divine realm, although only the initial stage, but it is not weak here. In the middle of the night, Peng Xuanfei woke up. After she woke up, she saw Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu, and they thought they were not dreaming. In the middle of the night, Peng Xuanfei woke up. After she woke up, she saw Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu, and they thought they were not dreaming. After confirming that it was not a dream, she threw herself into Su Maiyao and Bai Yuyu's arms. Xinxiang, after entering Hidden Jade Villa, she saw Xinxiang. Her heart is more practical. She knows Xinxiang's ability. It's okay. Xinxiang smiled. Peng Xuanfei said that she would save her father, who she would marry, and finally she decided to go with Xinxiang. But she was suddenly taken away by her grandmother. She is also very helpless. Xuanfei, I want to die of you. Su Maiyao touched Peng Xuanfei's sweet and delicate face. I miss you too, said Peng Xuanfei. What about your grandmother? Xinxiang asked. When I mentioned my grandmother, Peng Xuanfei expression said, she is dead. We came to the land of inauguration, and we went to Tibet in the east, especially after coming to this Tao Creation Mountain. We're often chased, mainly because we are soul beast and flying can turn into a human shape. Once, my grandmother fled with me because I resisted the enemy and finally we were surrounded. In order to let me get out of trouble, my grandmother will deliver all her strength to me and help me escape. Peng Xuanfei's eyes wet. Her grandmother took her away, but she was still very good. It's all gone. Bai Yuyu said, comfortably. Well, I am really happy to see you, said Peng Xuanfei. Xiang'er and Ling'er also know about Peng Xuanfei. When Peng Xuanfei was asleep, Long Shui was so vocal that he told the two gimmicks about the ins and outs of the matter. They all liked listening to stories, so listen very patiently. Right, don't you have a giant spirit flower? Qin Shuang asked. Jiansbi flower? Peng Xuanfei obviously didn't know the name of the flower, but she soon thought of it. She immediately took out the giant spirit flower and said, Is this flower? It is black at this time because it is dark outside. It is discolored according to the time outside. It should be. Xinxiang took it over and felt the weight. It really did make a lot of weight. Where did you get it? Long Shui asked. I got it from a forest. Peng Xuanfei said, I came here. I have nothing to do. There are not enough crystal emperors on my body. I originally wanted to sell a crystal emperor, but no one wants. I didn't expect to be remembered at the end to poison me. Qin Shuang said, They poisoned you for another reason. Qin Shuang patiently told Peng Xuanfei about Ling family and turning Ji. Oh, Deep Hill, and Peng Xuanfei was very angry. I don't know about it. I want to kill me. Peng Xuanfei Lu Mei is a vertical gas hump. Hump said. Nothing. Let Xinxiang teach them. Feng Kutar said with a smile. Xinxiang got the giant spirit flower and came to the divine mirror of 6 paths to identify He Feng Yuan. After she was sure, he gave it to my and Jing sisters and let them plant. Xinxiang walked out of the room, and Song Longxian looked at the blue Fire City night scene outside, saying, Big brother, what happened? Everything is going well. Xinxiang said, Longxian, I remember you said there is time for formation. What is it? Yes, big brother. What do you want to use? Asked Song Longxian. Yes, I came to Tao Creation Mountain to enhance my strength, mainly because my master was caught by a strong group of people. I want to save her. Xinxiang said, I must have Divine World as soon as possible. Defying Realm late stage. Cultivation base. Big brother's master. Can I help? Song Longxian felt that things were very serious. The guys are very strong, and they are all at the top of Divine World, Define Realm. Xinxiang sighed. Time formation, we have Song family, but not everyone can use it. Song Longxian said, but you can go to Lingyong and ask, he may have a way. Okay, go now. Xinxiang used time formation, not for practice, but for copying a large number of giant spirit flowers. Now, even if he uses 3rd level time formation, It will take a lot of time to grow more. After all, this is Tao creation divine medicine. Ling Yong saw Shen Xiang coming, and she didn't know if Shen Xiang had any gains, but Hatili took Shen Xiang into the room. Did you Ling family kill a lot of people who got that kind of flower? Shen Xiang asked as soon as he entered. Ling Yong does not deny that he nodded. I haven't moved, and other families have done it. In order to protect the family's interests, I personally disagree with this. Old Ling, I want to use time formation, which will allow me to get as much time as possible. Shen Xiang said, Are you the way? Pay well. Ling Yong thought about it. He could think of many things because he guessed that Shen Xiang had got a giant spirit flower, and it took a lot of time to plant the giant spirit flower, but he thought it was nothing. In short, he had to earn, that's all right. I just had a chance to use time for the formation. I can transfer it to you. This is transferable. Ling Yong said, It's just the price. You open a price. Shen Xiang said he is now willing to invest. A Tao Creation Saint Stone, Ling Yong said. Tao Creation Saint Stone is very precious. Sometimes Crystal Emperor is not necessarily available. How about the specific situation of that time? Shen Xiang asked. I can use 10 days. 10 days. It is about 5,000 years. It can only be used by one person at most. Once this time, the formation will stop working immediately, and I will be punished. So you have to be assured of me. Just use it by yourself, Ling Yong said. No problem. When can I use it? Shen Xiang asked, and he took out a Tao Creation Saint Stone. Now, Ling Yong saw Tao Creation Saint Stone. His eyes glowed. After taking it, he immediately took Shen Xiang upstairs. The Ling family building is hundreds of stories high, and Shen Xiang doesn't know how many floors he came to. In short, he said through many gates before coming to a large stone room. The middle is the time formation. When someone enters, it will automatically run. It will come out in the middle. It will stop automatically after 10 days. Ling Yong said, Remember, you can only use it by yourself. Assured. I hope to continue to work with you in the future. Shen Xiang lightly smiled. Ling Yong's peace of mind came out of the stone room. Shen Xiang let Jiang Samai come out and let her take charge of the giant spirit flower into this time formation. My, for thousands of years I have worked hard, said Shen Xiang. For thousands of years, nothing. I learned to learn Tao creation spell by the way. Jiang Samai smiled heartily and then entered with a giant spirit flower. Jiang Samai, if you improve the cultivation base and master Tao creation spell. She only needs to practice the twin rare technique with Jiang Sijing, and Jiang Sijing can be like her. Shen Xiang will also release time domain and let himself learn Tao creation spell. Shen Xiang will also release time domain and let himself learn Tao creation spell. Use 3rd level time domain. Shen Xiang feels a pity. If Xiao Xianglin is here, he can point him to learn Tao creation spell and let him learn faster. He has mastered the 1st level element mantra and 2nd level's amplification spell. The 3rd level is SPAC spell. Now he is not in a hurry to master, but to learn the 4th level of fusion spell. I see, can you learn more? And the 6th one should be almost the same. Shen Xiang uses fusion spell mainly for alchemy. In the case of the 6 beasts, the 6 fusion spells are obviously not enough. A tiger also has a special fusion spell. Maybe I can use it. Ahu's fusion spell belongs to the legendary spell level. Shen Xiang thinks that this legendary spell must have evolved from fusion spell. If he masters 9 fusion spells, he may learn more quickly. Shen Xiang's legendary spell was taken away before the Dragon Elephant sect of a veteran. The veteran has now been Xiao Xianglin with Tao Creation Saint Crystal killed. The bodies have been saved Xiao Xianglin up, probably also to save legendary spell. Shen Xiang has been more aware of the importance of innate talent in these years of time domain. Like him, there is no innate talent. It is too difficult to learn. Xiao Xianglin has innate talent. Learning legendary spell is just like playing. He is very envious. 10 days later, Shen Xiang came out of time domain and sighed. You can only learn the 6th fusion spell, and the progress is too slow. He spent a few hundred years in time domain. Jiang Samai came out of the time formation, and she spent more time in it. I've worked hard, said Xinxiang, who has been alone for so many years, which is very difficult. Nothing. I am learning Tao creation spell in it. Time flies very quickly. Jiang Samai lightly smiled. How are you learning? Xinxiang is also very curious. Amplification spell has finished. Fusion spell has learned 3. Jiang Samai sighed. I don't have innate talent. Progress is very slow, and you master is much faster. Yes, I must rescue her and teach you to learn Tao creation spell, Xinxiang said. I planted a total of 100 giant spirit flowers. I don't know enough, said Jiang Samai. Should be enough. When Shen Xiang Alchemy used fusion spell and the derivative method, it improved the quality. Now he can only rely on the pillar to improve. Otherwise he will not be able to step into the divine world-defying realm, even if he has been in the time formation for thousands of years. Xinxiang walked out of this secret room. Ling Yong was waiting for him outside, and saw Shen Xiang honestly coming out. Ling Yong was also more at ease. Anything else later? Xinxiang asked, and he wanted to use it once because it could be faster. Yes, 10 years later, said Ling Yong. Ling Yong could only use a time form for 10 years, but he sold the opportunity so that he could get a Tao Creation Saint Stone. Use this opportunity to exchange for a Tao Creation Saint Stone. He thinks it is still very cost-effective. Shen Xiang did not say anything. He followed Ling Yong down the stairs. After coming to the following, Song Longxian was hattily introduced. Happy cooperation. Ling Yong hee smiled and said goodbye to Xinxiang. Song Longxian returns to the inn with Xinxiang. There are not many opportunities for time formation. Only once in 10 years, and only Ling Yong will sell. The number of turning G. Oh, D pill is not much, it is so much every day, and the quality is very low for Xinxiang. It is not worth buying. I checked Now Ling family shop, there are only 50 tablets of turning G. Oh, D pill in a month, and it's really less than his mother. Song Longxian said. Ling family attaches great importance to this kind of Dan. It seems that they intend to turn the number of G. Oh, D pill is controlled. Then increase the price, wait for the price to go up, and then put more out. Xinxiang said he knew what Ling family was doing. Yes, look at Big Brother now. If you can refine it, you don't have to ask them for Ling family. Song Longxian said with a smile. Xinxiang took out the giant spirit flower and sniffed it. This is Tao Creation Divine Medicine, which he has never seen before. Sister Mai Yao, you also try to refine, said Xinxiang. According to the previous path, Xinxiang will refine one of the seeds first, then give it to the girl pill spirit to see if they can make them evolve. Now he plans to do the same. The girl pill spirit has evolved and can often condense. Su Maiyao certainly has to refine. She has been studying Tao creation spell all day long, and she has long planned to give it a try. Xinxiang entered the divine mirror of 6 paths. Feng Yuan closed his eyes and didn't know what she was doing. Feng Yuan, what do you think is the giant spirit flower adding some herbs? Would it be better? Xinxiang said, Your hands Tao creation divine medicine are not many giant spirit flower is Tao creation divine medicine. If you want to add other herbs, must have been Tao creation divine medicine we go, Feng Yuan said. If you have more Tao creation divine medicine, I might be able to judge. I can feel the effect of the fusion between herbs and herbs. Sometimes 2 different herbs merge into each other, and the effect is several times or even a dozen times, which is why it is so expensive after refining into Dan. Okay. Feng Yuan said that Xinxiang decided to take Feng Yuan to see some Tao creation divine medicine. Xinxiang walked out of the room and called Song Longxian out. Song Longxian saw a beautiful white skirt woman next to Xinxiang and said yes with a smile. Great! He Feng Yuan didn't say anything after hearing it. It was just beautiful smile. In front of someone, she performed very naturally and softly, which made her feel that she was generous and prosperous. Shen Xiang saw He Feng Yuan's performance, and his heart was secretly glimpsed. This heaven's proud empress actually changed so much, and now it seems that there is no temperament. Well, you are not my wife, just a friend. Xun Xiang smiled and said, Longxian, I need to go to a shop that can choose Tao Creation Divine Medicine. Is there any? Song Longxian, a look I understand, sneered 2 times. Of course, there should be Ling Yong there. You can go to him. After Song Longxian walked downstairs, he didn't know where he got from a car. Let He Feng Yuan and Shen Xiang go up, and then drove to the Ling family store. I didn't expect we to look really like a pair. He Feng Yuan lighted with a smile. It's not like it, it's just what this guy thinks. Shen Xiang snorted. It's the heavens' proud G. Oh, D-Emperor, and you have a husband and wife. Both of you guys are rarely seen. When He Feng Yuan was in the heaven's proud Emperor palace, he did whatever he wanted, but what heaven's proud God Emperor knew. But he didn't care. Even He Feng Yuan got a fake prince out. He actually recognized this, and he did not have any son of blood relations to H to plus P. When He Feng Yuan was in the heaven's proud Emperor palace, he did whatever he wanted, but what heaven's proud G. Oh, D-Emperor knew, but he didn't care. Even He Feng Yuan got a fake prince out. He actually recognized this, and he did not have any son of blood relations. H, I, plus P, Xinxiang thinks and feels rarely seen. Don't mention him. I and him together. It is the interest relations. H, I, plus P, but also the meaning of my father. He Feng Yuan lightly snorted and said, The guy is rarely seen, clearly controlling such a huge empire, but he is ignorant, let others ruin his empire. Feng Yuan, do you seem to have the ability to distinguish the characteristics of herbs? I dare say you have never seen a giant spirit flower, and you have never heard of this name, but you know. Shan Xiang has been very curious about this. Herbs is spiritual. You are alchemist. You should know this better than me, He Feng Yuan said. Xin Xiang nodded. Can you communicate the spirit of herbs? In connection with the spirit of herbs, Xinxiang can do it, but it can't be so deep or fast. Moreover, He Feng Yuan was carried out by Dan, which is even more incredible because after the husbands were refining, the spirit was basically erased. Low-priced herbs have a spirit, high level of herbs, to reach the world defying divine medicine level. There is a soul, that is, the medicine soul, but it is very weak, and the Tao Creation Divine Medicine's medicine spirit is very strong. Shan Xiang was the first to hear this statement. Herbs has been refining Dan, the medicinal soul has been torn, but there are still some remnants in Dan. These remnants store certain messages. The most specific of these messages is the shape and ability of herbs. Then there is the memory of the medicine's soul to the outside world. For example, the medicine's soul can hear the dialogue of the person, so the medicine's soul knows the name of the body. I also know the name of the herbs. He Feng Yuan told Xinxiang about the secret at this time, which shows that she wanted to completely resolve the contradiction with Xinxiang. How did you do it? Xinxiang asked. I have previously combined a violent world-defying soul called plant spirit. He Feng Yuan said, Because of this, my father can become an alchemist, and I am not good at alchemy. Xinxiang suddenly felt that this He Feng Yuan would be of great help to him. Xinxiang, you and I have agreed, you promise me, will help me restore the cultivation base. He Feng Yuan said, If there are not enough pillars, I want to restore the past cultivation base is almost impossible. I also signed a blood contract with you, and I will not be able to harm you in the future. Moreover, in this place, our cooperation will be of great benefit to both parties. I promised you something. I will do it. But now you should also know that I'm master. She was taken away. I am going to save her, Xinxiang said. Xiao Xianglin's strength is very strong. Refiner's technique is also good. And the Super Tao Creation spell innate talent, if combined with Xin Xiang, can enhance Xin Xiang's strength, which He Feng Yuan is happy to see. Now, she regards Xin Xiang as her own reliance. She has made long-term considerations for everything about Xin Xiang's and weighed the pros and cons. Give me a giant spirit flower. When I look at Tao Creation Divine Medicine, I can see what Tao Creation Divine Medicine can do most with the giant spirit flower, says He Feng Yuan. Good. Xin Xiang took out a giant spirit flower and handed it to He Feng Yuan. What do you think? It's amazing. It's a feeling that I can combine the power of the two oibles with my plant spirit and feel the reaction between the two herbs' medicines, He Feng Yuan said. Shen Xiang doesn't understand because he doesn't have the essence of plant. Come on. Song Longxian is shouted outside. Xin Xiang, you are a good person. You don't have to treat him badly, He Feng Yuan said. I know. Xin Xiang nodded. When He Feng Yuan walked out of the cart, there was a faint smile on the jade face. Then she took Xin Xiang's arm and gracefully descended from the cart and followed Xin Xiang into the hall. Ling Yong originally planned to go out for a wave. After all, he just got a Tao Creation Saint Stone, and he was in a very good mood, but when he was ready to leave the counter, he saw Xin Xiang, the great man, and brought it. A very beautiful woman. Brother Xin, you have just left. Come back. Are you suddenly thinking about what to buy? Ling Yong laughed. My friend wants to buy Tao Creation Divine Medicine. What good goods are in your hands? Show it to us. Xin Xiang said with a smile. Please inside. Ling Yong took Xin Xiang, and the three of them entered a hall with a long table in the hall. And then he took out the Tao Creation Divine Medicine and placed it on the table. These are all grown by our Ling family, and there are a lot of sources, all of which are low-grade Tao Creation Divine Medicine. Ling Yong said, I can only get this Tao Creation Divine Medicine at the current level. He Feng Yuan saw those Tao Creation Divine Medicine and looked at it with a slight squint and watched it with great care and took it with both hands and repeated observations. Only Xin Xiang knew that she was using that magical ability to communicate the medicine soul. How are these Tao Creation Divine Medicines sold? Xin Xiang asked. A crystal emperor is 10, very convenient. Ling Yong said with a smile. Shan Xiang looked at it, although he didn't know these Tao Creation Divine Medicines, but it seems that the quality is just average. The quality is not good. Song Longxian snorted. Old Ling, do you have this thing at hand? We have a lot of Ling family children, and there are so many wolves. I can afford to supply a lot of them, Ling Yong said. Of course. He Feng Yuan thinks this is not a problem for Xin Xiang. She knows that the women in Xin Xiang Hidden Jade Villa are very strong in planting herbs and can enhance the quality of herbs. He Feng Yuan watched an hour. If it wasn't because Xin Xiang was a big man, Ling Yong would be impatient. He didn't understand why this woman had to watch it for so long. Song Longxian is also very confused, but did not ask questions, just chatting with Xin Xiang and Ling Yong while drinking tea. There are more than 20 kinds of Tao Creation Divine Medicine placed on the long table. It can be said that there are many, and finally He Feng Yuan selected 3 kinds of leaves, GRA, SS, and fruit. To have these 3, let's have 10 copies first, He Feng Yuan said. I only have this Crystal Emperor. Do you accept it? Shan Xiang took out 3 Crystal Emperors to Ling Yong, which is the kind of girl pill spirit. Of course. Ling Yong cannot avoid this kind of human Crystal Emperor. He smiled and took over, and then took out 10 of the 3 kinds of herbs. After buying it, He Feng Yuan took Xin Xiang and hurried out of the store. Song Longxian also felt strange. He Feng Yuan seemed to be nervous. After getting on the bus, He Feng Yuan gasped for a few breaths. It's too unexpected. I didn't expect such a good herbs. Song Longxian has been driving. What good herbs? Not all low-grade Tao Creation Divine Medicine? Xin Xiang hastily asked. Low-grade Tao Creation Divine Medicine is not bad alchemy. Mainly depends on the reaction between herbs and herbs. The reaction is intense, and the quality is better. He Fengyuan said. Shen Xiang Alchemy, so long, it is natural to know this. Shen Xiang Alchemy, so long it is natural to know this. Refining the turning Ji. Oh, D pill is only a giant spirit flower, this kind of herbs, this is not enough. If you can add other herbs, then this Dan will be more effective. He Fengyuan said, I used it for so long mainly because I found that all 3 kinds of herbs reacted strongly with the giant spirit flower and reacted to each other. The Dan that is refining is not very effective. Xinxiang is also looking forward to it. Yes, but the difficulty is certainly not small. He Fengyuan said, the stronger the reaction, the more difficult it is to integrate. Of course, I didn't know about fusion spell before. So I think so, you now have 6 steps. Fusion spell, maybe it will be a lot easier. I will succeed, said Xinxiang. If this kind of Dan is useful, He Fengyuan will be able to step into divine world, defying realm immediately after recovering the cultivation base. He Fengyuan's divine sea was destroyed. It was the place where energy was stored. She needed a lot of energy to rebuild divine sea to restore the cultivation base. The quickest way is to use a lot of Crystal Emperor. Xinxiang has a Crystal Emperor, and he can refine higher quality. But now Xinxiang has no energy to do. He Fengyuan did not mention this request. Big brother, do you buy those things mainly for alchemy? Song Longxian asked, but he only saw Xinxiang getting out of the car himself, and He Fengyuan was gone. What about your friend? Asked Song Longxian. She retreats. Xinxiang said with a smile, those herbs really need alchemy, and she bought it for herself. Song Longxian immediately understood that He Fengyuan was hidden in the world of Xinxiang's divine sea, or inside a divine tool. He nodded. Big brother, you have to start alchemy now. Get started. Xinxiang said with a smile, Longxian, here are some Tao creation spell, look. Xinxiang took out 9 transparent crystals engraved with S. P. A. C spell for Song Longxian. After Song Longxian saw it, he was ecstatic and shocked. Big brother, this is SP. A. C spell. Song Longxian was shocked. I haven't studied it, but I have seen the elder in the family show it, and it's still 9 steps. Yes, my brother is stupid, I can't master it, so you should learn and learn first. Xinxiang finished and took out some amplification spell to Song Longxian. Song Longxian has been so excited that these Tao creation spells are his dreams, and he is very grateful to Xinxiang. Longxian, you study hard. I went to alchemy. Xinxiang patted Song Longxuan's shoulder. Song Longxian nodded quickly. I will definitely study hard. Xinxiang this is also to see how Song Longxuan's innate talent works. He can't wait to refine turning Ji. Oh, D pill! He hastily went to the secret room inside the room. In the Chamber of Secrets, Xinxiang Alchemy, he will release the first level time domain. The first level time domain is not too expensive for him, and the burden is small. It will make him a lot easier when he alchemy, and at the same time he can get time. The giant spirit flower is main herbs. The other 3 herbs don't have as much energy as the giant spirit flower, but when combined with the giant spirit flower, they can explode very powerful energy. He Fengyuan said, so, in these 4, when the herbs are merged, you must pay attention because it is very likely that there will be a strong explosive force at that time. Xinxiang remembered He Fengyuan's reminder, and then took out Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove. He merged Divine Mirror of 6 Paths with Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove. Refining this Tao Creation Divine Medicine, the original Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove is not enough to suppress the strength of Tao Creation Divine Medicine. So he must integrate into Divine Mirror of 6 Paths Xinxiang, release the flame, and burned 4 kinds of Tao Creation Divine Medicine. The process of burning was extremely difficult. He is now the cultivation base of world-defying sacred realm. Even if the strongest ancient fire is released, herbs is still difficult to burn. According to this speed, It takes at least a few months to completely refining. Shanxiang was shocked, but it was harder to melt than the Crystal Emperor. This is mainly because herbs have a special defense that allows them to absorb the energy of the flame. Fire spell, amplification spell, give me away. Shinxiang released fire spell, enhanced ancient fire, and then used the ninth order amplification spell to enhance the intensity of the flame. The flame suddenly became very strong, but Shinxiang didn't think it was enough. He added an eighth order amplification spell, and the flame became very fierce. The blood-colored ancient fire burned, and Shenxiang could see with the naked eye that the herbs melted away like ice. He secretly admired Tao creation spell's power, but it suddenly increased the flame so much and his consumption. Not too big. These Tao creation spells will disappear after half an hour, and it will not be difficult to condense them at the time. Shinxiang looked at Tao creation spell, who was a little dim, thinking in his heart. 10 days later, the 4 herbs have been Shinxiang refining, forming 4 uninterrupted cyclones in the interior of heaven creation cauldron stove. These 4 groups of cyclones seem to be born with each other and cannot be condensed together. You can only use fusion spell. Shanxiang was naive enough to think that it would be easy to aggregate the 4 groups of cyclones like 2 other dawn. Shanxiang in these 4 groups of cyclones carved into the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th order fusion spell. When merging a lot of things, you need to use the higher level of fusion spell, and then the effect will be more integrated strong. This is what Xiao Xianglin told him. Fusion spell is amazing. After Shinxiang's 4 groups of cyclone condensed fusion spell, the 4 cyclones gradually attracted each other and began to gather together. Shinxiang carefully watched the 4 cyclones and prepared for it, because Feng told him that once condensed, he must pay attention to the energy that erupted. The 4 groups of cyclones condensed together, and the bang, the heaven creation cauldron stove swayed violently, but the divine mirror of 6 paths suppressed the energy, otherwise it would make a lot of movement. It's too strong. Shenxiang just announced that he had released the strongest strength to control, but this situation still happened. Fortunately, Feng shot in time and released a powerful seal to suppress it. There was a little energy lost, but it didn't matter. Next time I noticed, that's all right. Shinxiang breathed a sigh of relief. This is also the reason for his alchemy, with Feng refining this powerful energy. You must not lose Feng this Dantong. The aggregation was successful, says Feng Yes, it becomes a very strong crystal. Shenxiang sighed. The Tao creation divine medicine is also strange. After the fusion, it is not a crystal but a gas, but it has such a violent energy. You are wrong. After Tao creation divine medicine melts, it looks like gas, but it is actually a medicine soul, Feng said. Those cyclones are actually medicine spirits. Shinxiang didn't expect it because he looked like chi mist. Those cyclones are actually medicine spirits. Shenxiang didn't expect it because he looked like chi mist. With the high violent world-defying soul, it has extremely powerful energy. After the refining of Tao creation divine medicine, it is the medicine soul, and Shinxiang can accept it, but he did not expect the medicine soul to be like this. After the medicine soul is refining with flames, it is such a form, you don't have to be surprised. Feng said, you have more important things to do now, and you want to succeed in the next step, you need a lot of time. Shinxiang feels that there should be no problem with using fusion spell. In addition, he intends to use the derivative method and amplification spell, which can make the quality of the refined Dan higher. If the ability allows, he will definitely pursue Dan higher. Quality. Derivatives begin. Shenxiang is familiar with the use of derivatives for that crystal. However, the process is very slow. He feels that he can only use the derivative method at most. If it is used continuously, it will take more time, and it will not be convenient to integrate at that time. I have mastered the 6th order fusion spell now, and the best fusion state should be 6. Xiong decided to let the large crystal CLU-S TERs produce 5 small crystal CLU-S TERs. Derivatives took him more than 10 days, but fortunately he is in time domain, otherwise he will not be able to refine much time in a year. The next step is integration. Xiong condenses the fusion spell on a large crystal CLU-S TER and 5 small crystal CLU-S TERs. After the condensation is completed, the crystal CLU-S TER begins to aggregate. Little Ku'er, there may be movements when you wait. Xiong said that before the drug spirits aggregated, it broke out with great power, and Feng Ku'er shot in time to turn the tide. No, I always pay attention, Feng Ku'er said. The rate of crystallization polymerization is very fast, which is beyond Xiong's expectation. It is very fast to fuse together, and there is no energy. In fact, you don't have to worry about it. These medicines have been perfectly integrated before. You use the derivatization method to just derive the medicine crystals of the same energy, so there is no movement in the fusion of the together. Feng Ku'er said, Xiong breathed a sigh of relief, said with a smile, "It seems to be close to success now." Later, Xiong began to compress the huge crystal of the drug, which was pressed into a pill pellet, which was a very difficult process. When you finally condense Dan, you have to pay attention to it. Feng Yuan warned repeatedly, "I heard from my father that when refining Tao creation divine pill, many of them failed at this stage." "Oh, I have always felt that the stage of condensing is the safest, although sometimes it will be difficult, but most of the problems will not be caused," Xiong said. "This Tao creation divine pill." Feng Yuan said, "You pay attention to that's all right." Xiong and Feng Ku'er teamed up with Alchemy, and now Feng Ku'er released a seal, and with Xiong the crystal of the drug was gradually reduced. After 3 days, Feng Ku'er suddenly screamed. Xiong was also scared and pale, because the group of medicines that were pressed a lot less suddenly violently shaken, uncontrolled, and did not know what caused it because it contained powerful energy, so Xiong and Feng Ku'er is very worried that they will suddenly open the formation of divine mirror of 6 paths. Xiong hastily shouted. Feng Ku'er immediately mobilized the formation of divine mirror of 6 paths, while Xiong lost several crystal emperors into divine mirror of 6 paths, allowing divine mirror of 6 paths to absorb the crystal emperor's energy. The released form is more powerful. The large crystal CLU-S TER that was madly shaken was immediately suppressed after the large formation of divine mirror of 6 paths was released. It was caused by energy instability. Feng Ku'er was scared very anxiously. Feng Yuan had smashed them before, so be careful. Now that something went wrong, it is good to control it in time. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. The crystal CLU-S TER is still very large, and it has not yet become a small pill pellet, so Xiong can only continue to be small, so that he can get the highest quality, and it will have a great effect on him. In the next 10 days, Xiong and Feng Ku'er experienced the instability of the medicinal crystal CLU-S to every day and almost broke out several times. In this case, Xiong will also engrave 9 amplification spells. It is rare to see how rare it is. Even many experienced old alchemists don't dare to do so. This is also why Feng Yuan is very optimistic about Xiong's, and Xiong's Dan is very terrifying in Feng Yuan's eyes. Tao creation divine pill is hard to refine. Xiong looked at the grain that had been pressed very small, but still couldn't let go. He had experienced more than a decade of instability, so he refining this kind of Dan. Be vigilant at any time, otherwise you may explode if you don't pay attention. Successful. Xiong finally crushed the size of the standard pill pellet. He patiently waited for an hour. The pill pellet was not unstable, and he was sure to succeed. Xiong took a white SHI plus New York pill pellet from Heaven Creation Cauldron Stove, which looks like a white gem. It is very beautiful. This should not be turning G. Oh, D pill. Xinxiang said with a smile. Feng Yuan, or you come to take a name. After all, Danfeng is yours. World-defying divine pill. Feng Yuan said, you're going to give your girls pill spirit to eat and see if they can evolve. Xinxiang immediately handed this hard-boiled Dan to Jiang Sili. After Jiang Sili took over, she did not eat, and she said with great certainty, this kind of Dan can evolve even if we eat more. Why, how are you so sure? Said Xinxiang. To condense this kind of Dan, it is beyond the scope of our cultivation base. The energy contained in this Dan, we can't absorb it now, and that kind of energy is difficult to regenerate. Jiang Sili is very positive. Well, it seems that I can only slowly refine it. Xinxiang thinks that the cultivation base of the girl pill spirit is a bit low, so with a lot they are condensing or crystal emperor every day, and they have not improved. Go through your own cultivation base. Xinxiang let Jiang Sili go to practice. After Jiang Sili is promoted, she can practice the twin technique with Jiang Sihua. Su Maiyao's girl pill spirit Su Xiaoyao is the crystal emperor with Jiang Sihua. The crystal emperor is still very useful for Xinxiang. I can only try the effect of this Dan myself. Xinxiang is very much looking forward to the effect of this Dan. If it is turning G, D pill, it needs to eat 200 tablets to break through. After Xinxiang ate world-defying and divine pill, the bursting energy immediately filled his body, causing his body to swell, and his divine sea emptied into the energy like 9 heavens. Super waterfall. This vast energy suddenly came in, making Xinxiang unprepared, and he hurriedly guided the energy to irrigate all his saint world-defying souls. Xinxiang didn't expect so much energy. After all, it was his first time to refine Tao Creation Divine Pill, and he used a lot of methods to refine it, especially after joining Fusion Spell and Amplification Spell. Dan's work has expanded many times. Xinxiang didn't expect so much energy. After all, it was his first time to refine Tao Creation Divine Pill, and he used a lot of methods to refine it, especially after joining Fusion Spell and Amplification Spell. Dan's work has expanded many times. This is definitely not comparable to turning G. D pill. Xinxiang stabilized the situation in Divine C, and turning G. D pill was only Saint Soul who could enhance the peak of world-defying sacred realm. The world-defying divine pill he just ate was able to improve in all aspects. Xinxiang felt that this kind of Dan would definitely work even after he stepped into divine world-defying realm. Feng Yuan was deeply satisfied after listening to the details of Xinxiang's detailed description. She was very much looking forward to eating this kind of Dan. She originally planned to let Xinxiang refine the Crystal Emperor into Dan, but now I can see it. No need to come. She thinks that eating world-defying divine pill is enough. Now Xinxiang is eager to break through and save his master. So even if he wants to eat, Feng Yuan will not let Xinxiang refine her at this time. She is coming to Pan. She is now more savvy. Xinxiang's time domain is still operating silently. The first level time domain consumes little energy and can absorb the energy of Xinxiang's body. Xinxiang, refining world, defying divine pill's energy, needs a period of time. If he does not use time domain, it will be a waste of time. Time is very important for Xinxiang. A month later, Xinxiang finally refining the energy of the Dan, and his body reveals a faint arrogant potential. Xinxiang has clearly realized that arrogant potential is a kind of strength, and it is a kind of soul force like Tao Creation Divine Medicine by refining. This is the arrogant potential. Xinxiang released a trace of arrogant potential from his palm, like the Phi mist red chi mist, floating above his palm, looking very feminine, but with extremely terrifying energy. Xinxiang puts arrogant potential down and walks out of the Chamber of Secrets. He spends more than 2 months in time domain, and the outside is just over 2 days, saving time. Long Xian should be learning Tao creation spell now. Xinxiang is now in divine world defying realm. Plus the 6 beasts in his body. He is also a good player, but to deal with the divine world defying realm peak, it is still very difficult. Shen Xiang came out to stretch his body and went to Ling Yong to buy some herbs, then went into the secret room to refine world defying divine pill. This refining process has been shortened a little longer than before and can be completed in 1 month, but it can only be refining 1 grain. Fortunately, this kind of Dan is very powerful, and a Dan can bring vast energy. Xin Xiang has stepped into divine world defying realm. He runs 2nd level time domain to alchemy. There is no pressure. After refining 30 world, defying divine pill and divine mirror of 6 paths, he used 30 months of time just outside the day. 30 world, defying divine pill. Shen Xiang looked at world, defying divine pill, and he ate 1 by 1. He wanted to see what this Dan did for the divine world, defying realm initial stage. After Shen Xiang ate, the energy of refining was much faster than before, and it took only 3 days to complete. This was mainly because he broke through and he enhanced all aspects and absorbed energy quickly. The effect has weakened a lot. Xin Xiang frowned. He thought that he could eat this kind of Dan into the divine world defying realm middle stage, but now it is not enough because at least 100 tablets are needed, and his giant spirit flower is only 100, and he can't grow a lot in a short time. Divine world defying realm stepped into the middle stage from the initial stage, which was difficult. Even his master, Xianglin, had worked hard for a long time to succeed. Xianger and Linger were very early. I stepped into the divine world defying realm initial stage, but I couldn't step into the middle stage for a long time. Forget it. Promotion is improvement, but it is not too effective and I don't have enough giant spirit flowers. I have to find a way to grow more giant spirit flowers. Shen Xiang's only way is to find a way to buy time formation to use. He bought Ling Yong before, let him plant 100. Su Maiyao, these women, at this time are also at the peak of world defying sacred realm. The girl pill spirit condensed by the Saint Dan. Let them enter the peak of world defying sacred realm very early. Sister Maiyao, you have to eat world defying divine pill to improve the cultivation base during this time. You should first enter divine world defying realm. Shen Xiang has 29 world defying divine pills in hand, and those women need only a total of 10. Xin Xiang let Hifeng Yuan enter the hidden jade villa. Let them all stay in a room, and then use 1st level time domain for them. They can refining in 1 month, and they can break through without accident. Because many people use time domain, Shen Xiang's consumes a lot, but it doesn't prevent him from wandering around. Shen Xiang can only go to Ling Yong now because Song Longxian is now retiring to learn Tao creation spell and can't go around with him. Old Ling, can you help me find time for formation, like the one you gave me the last time? Xin Xiang said that he needs a lot of giant spirit flowers. What are you doing with time formation? Ling Yong was very curious. Growing herbs, said Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang has stepped into divine world defying realm, and Ling Yong feels it. He guesses that Xin Xiang was the last time he entered the time formation and practiced for thousands of years before he broke through so fast. Ling Yong jumped at the eyebrows because he knew that the planting process of the giant spirit flower took a long time and he could only use time formation. I don't have the kind of flowers, Xin Xiang said, because Ling Yong knew that he was looking for a giant spirit flower. Brother Xin, let's be honest. Even if you can get that kind of flower, you can make that kind of Dan, you have no effect, because Ling family will not let you go. Ling Yong shook his head. You why bother? Ling Yong thought that Xin Xiang was secretly refining Ling family's turning D pill because turning D pill needed a giant spirit flower such as herbs. Do you mean turning D pill? Xin Xiang said, I am not grinding turning D pill. It is another kind of Dan, but it is much better than turning D pill. Old Ling, you said if you eat one. Can you step into divine world-defying realm from world-defying sacred realm? What price do you think this kind of Dan will be? If it was before, Ling Yong would definitely not agree with this. He thought that Xinxiang was joking, but he saw Xinxiang's confident look and felt that Xinxiang was not talking nonsense. It takes time to eat turning G. Oh, D pill. Some people can take 200 capsules to break through. Some people need to eat 300 or 400. This has nothing to do with apartment I, innate talent. I used to eat more than 500 tablets. Were successful. Ling Yong sighed, but he had been eating for many years before he broke through. In retrospect, he was desperate about the situation at the time. Eat so much? I have been eating for a long time. If you have such a time, you may be able to break through. Xinxiang shook his head. Isn't it? Many people have eaten it and waste a lot of Crystal Emperor. Ling Yong recalled it and felt very sad. If there is a Dan who has a breakthrough, then how to say at least 2 or 3 Tao Creation Saint Stone? Ling Yong said the price is very conservative, which can even be higher. Xinxiang's Tao Creation Saint Stone, there aren't many. If he can get a batch of Tao Creation Saint Stone, it will be much easier for him to make time formation. Of course, if he sells it in large quantities, it will definitely attract attention. Xinxiang's Tao Creation Saint Stone, there aren't many. If he can get a batch of Tao Creation Saint Stone, it will be much easier for him to make time formation. Of course, if he sells it in large ties, it will definitely attract attention. Old Ling, you have to eat a grain of yourself. You should be able to feel the power of this kind of Dan. Xinxiang took out a world-defying divine pill and handed it to Ling Yong. Although this value is 2 or 3 Tao Creation Saint Stone, in order to let Ling Yong believe, Xinxiang is out. If Ling Yong can confirm the efficacy of this Dan, he will let Ling Yong help him sell it. Is this true? Ling Yong's breathing was a little quick. He didn't believe it, but he couldn't doubt Xinxiang. Ling Yong took over, and after eating it, his face changed because the energy that was suddenly influxed was too vast. Although he was already divine world-defying realm middle stage, he felt the energy and was still scared. Only the middle-grade Tao Creation Divine Pill has this feeling, but the middle-grade Tao Creation Divine Pill is rare. How? Xinxiang happily said with a smile. Strong. Ling Yong whispered. Is this made with that flour? Xinxiang nodded. This is a secret. Don't talk around. Ling Yong knows very well that Xinxiang gave him a try to eat this kind of Dan, that is, to let him go out for sale, which is of great interest to him. But he is much better than the few poor turning G. Oh, D-pill he waits every month. It is. 3 Tao Creation Saint Stone is not a problem, Ling Yong said. You sold me 10 tablets. I will give you 2 Tao Creation Saint Stone, how? Xinxiang said. No problem. Ling Yong promised to be very straightforward, because it was very easy for him. In order for Xinxiang to trust him, he also signed a blood contract with Xinxiang, not leaking it, and trading the process does not hide Xinxiang. Subsequently, Xinxiang gave the 10 world-defying divine pill to Ling Yong with great confidence. If world-defying sacred realm eats it, it may take a month to refining. Xinxiang said, in general, how can this kind of Dan have to be verified to get Tao Creation Saint Stone? You can rest assured that the process is very fast. This kind of Dan can only be afforded by the children of the big family, and they are all purchased for important children, so they all have time for formation, and there is no consumption for the structure of 1 month. Ling Yong said, You are here for a few days, that's all right. I am going to find a buyer. Ling Yong, who specializes in doing business, must have a wide range of roads, and Xinxiang doesn't have to worry about it. Xuanfei, they haven't come out yet. Will you be bored? Xinxiang asked. Not boring, there's so much fun here. Peng Xuanfei in Hidden Jade Villa, all her women have eaten world-defying divine pill retreat. Only Jiang Sihua and Jiang Xijing did not go because they are all able to pass twin rare technique breakthrough. Shen Xiang looked at a lot of blood devil shark in his divine sea and said, Xuanfei, you and Xiang Erlinger, can you help me with some blood devil shark? Then put it in divine mirror of 6 inside a secret room inside paths. Shen Xiang wants to use these blood devil shark to feed Ahu. Although Ahu can eat Dan, but Shen Xiang thinks that Ahu integrates blood devil shark, the fleshly body will be stronger. No problem. Peng Xuanfei also wanted to find something to do, because she got the energy from her grandmother. She stepped into the divine world, defying realm initial stage, and didn't need to eat Dan. Next, Xianger and Linger, as well as Peng Xuanfei 3 women, kept grabbing blood devil shark, then entered the divine mirror of 6 paths and let Ahu merge. Shin Xiang has already stepped into divine world defying realm, so he is also assured that Ahu will improve. Ahu does not directly eat blood devil shark, but directly combines it with his special fusion power. The integration speed is very fast, and it is almost a moment to integrate a blood devil shark. When Shin Xiang grabbed a lot of blood devil shark, he felt that it should be enough for Ahu to enter divine world defying realm. One day later, the women in Hidden Jade Villa spent a month in time domain. Except He Feng Yuan, they all successfully entered divine world defying realm. And now Shin Xiang is more confident in world defying divine pill. Feng Yuan, you can eat another one. Shin Xiang gave He Feng Yuan another one. He Feng Yuan's previous meal was only able to rebuild her damaged divine sea. Now she has recovered the cultivation base. It is world-defying sacred, realm peak, so she needs to eat another one. He Feng Yuan didn't expect that he could recover the cultivation base so quickly and stepped into divine world defying realm. She thought it was very exciting. She felt that if she was still in the world-defying Soul River 5th layer, she was still in the heavens' proud Emperor Palace. Inside, she certainly doesn't know what the year of the monkey can enter divine world-defying realm. Shin Xiang stayed in the living room of Lingyong for 2 days. Now, He Feng Yuan has stepped into divine world-defying realm and become more confident. She also promised Shin Xiang and will continue to team up with Shin Xiang for alchemy. The Dan Defong of world-defying divine pill was made by He Feng Yuan and was very successful, even she was very satisfied. Ling Yong is back, he smiles. How is it? Shin Xiang hastily asked. Very smooth, those buyers are very satisfied. Ling Yong said with a smile, I let the buyer not disclose this, they all agreed, and signed the blood contract. This is good. If it leaks out, it will be bad for you and me. Shin Xiang nodded. Those buyers suddenly let their family geniuses step into divine, world-defying realm, which is enough for them to blow for many years. So they were very happy to try. 10 Dan, each sold Tao Creation Saint Stone 3, a total of 30 Tao Creation Saint Stone. Shin Xiang originally promised to Liang Yong 2, but now he gave Ling Yong 3. Anyway, there are 217. Tao Creation Saint Stone is very expensive for Ling Yong's cultivation base. If there is no such opportunity, he does not know how long it will take. Even when it is time to form, it is not always when people buy it. Selling turning G. Oh, D pill by selling herbs can only earn a small profit. He has already enjoyed it. I have this done Tao Creation Saint Stone. Can you help me get a time for formation? Shin Xiang asked. Like the last time I used it, it doesn't take too long. 1 day can change for 100 years. Enough. It's the best for the formation plate. When Shin Xiang went in the last time, he also copied it with Divine Mirror of 6 paths, but it didn't succeed. It didn't mean it, but it took a long time because time formation used a lot of Tao creation spell, at least for a few months. The time can be copied. At that time, he only had 10 days. I can get a total of 30 Tao creation saint stones, Shin Xiang added. I can help you to find out. In short, our Ling family is not sold. Other families must have, but you have to be mentally prepared. Time formation is very expensive, and it is still in the form of formation plate. Maybe 30 Tao creations. Saint Stone is not enough, Ling Yong said. For the sake of time, Shan Xiang felt that it was nothing to pay a little more for Tao Creation's Saint Stone. For the sake of time, Shan Xiang felt that it was nothing to pay a little more for Tao Creation's Saint Stone. Well, you first ask, I go back to alchemy. Shan Xiang said that he thought he had earned a lot of Tao Creation Saint Stone, but if he used to buy the time formation plate, it was not enough. Back in the inn, Shen Xiang saw that Song Longshuan's room was empty. He walked in and saw that Song Longshan had left a note saying that there was something important to go back to the family. Shen Xiang came to the secret room and sighed. His time domain has not been able to break through and can only be third-level time domain. This is already the limit. If he wants to break through, he can only control time spell. There should be a few people here who can master time spell. Feng Kute said, time spell is the 7th level Tao creation spell, so it's hard to learn. Shen Xiang feels that even if he uses all his strength, he can't master time spell in 1 year. For him, without Tao creation spell innate talent, learning Tao creation spell is a step-by-step process. He can only step by step. I can only continue to refine world-defying divine pill now. Shen Xiang's giant spirit flower has only 100, and now he has refining more than 30. This place is very strict with some precious Tao creation divine pill. He Feng Yuan said, the Ling Yong didn't dare to mention the 3 words spirit flower. Yes, if it wasn't for Xuan Fei to get a giant spirit flower, I might have no clues until now. Shen Xiang nodded. He originally planned to buy Dan that would allow divine world-defying realm to break through quickly, but he thought of it. I feel that even if I know Tao pill, it is difficult to refine without herbs. From the perspective of world-defying's divine pill, you can step into the divine world-defying realm middle stage, but you need more refining. You need a lot of giant spirit flowers. He Feng Yuan said. Now Mai and Jing, sisters, both of them stepped into divine world-defying realm, and the speed of ripening herbs was much faster. Shen Xiang just remembered that after Mai and Jing sisters, they planted herbs faster, especially Jiang Samai, who had spent 5,000 years in time formation and learned some Tao creation spell, amplification. Spell has learned infusion, spell has studied 6. Now Jiang Sijing is working with Jiang Samai to practice the twin rare technique. After the cultivation, Jiang Sijing will be the same as Jiang Samai. Shen Xiang used a 2nd level time formation for them, and then waited for a little while they were finished. Shen Xiang let Mai and Jing sisters come out, and then gave a giant spirit flower, and there are 3 other herbs, which are used to refine world-defying divine pill. Feng Yuan, you are coming out too. Shen Xiang also let He Feng Yuan out of Hidden Jade Villa. She is not in Divine Mirror of 6 Paths, but in her Den Jade Villa, she grows herbs with Mai and Jing sisters. What are you going to do? He Feng Yuan saw Shen Xiang very excited and very confused. My Mai, Si Jing, I remember that you had the ability to have several herbs merged into each other. Shen Xiang said, this is what Mai and Jing sisters used to toss when they were bored. They made the characteristics of several flower trees, combine, and then come up with a lot of herbs. Yes, Jiang Samai nodded. Let's try it out. Can you make these kinds of herbs together? Shen Xiang pushed the giant spirit flower and the 3 auxiliary herbs. He Feng Yuan also felt very amazing at this time. She could only see the reaction after the fusion between herbs and herbs. However, she never thought about combining herbs with herbs to breed new species. Jiang Samai and Jiang Sijing didn't know what to do, and they ran a few rays of light on the eyebrows and shot them on the herbs. It may take a little while, and we seem to be unable to find the medicine of these herbs, said Jiang Sijing. Feng Yuan, you try to work with them. If it is successful, it may make me alchemy faster, and it can also incorporate other herbs' features, such as easy planting, said Shen Xiang. Good. He Feng Yuan was very interested in this kind of thing and nodded quickly. The 3 of them entered Hidden Jade Villa and then proceeded. Xinxiang released Time Domain and continued to refine world-define divine pill. One day later, he came out of Time Domain. He had successfully refined 30 capsules, and then went to the Lingyong counter, where Lingyong was not. It has been more than a month. I don't know how Dao Master Fu is doing now. Xinxiang has no news at all, and he is very worried. After a small half-day of Xinxiang, Lingyong came back. Is there any news? Xinxiang asked. No. Time formation is difficult to arrange. It's been done by the cursing masters in the family for many years, and the time-saving formation plate is more difficult to refine. No one is willing to sell. Even if there is, the price, it's not something you can afford. Lingyong shook his head. Xinxiang can't help but sigh. He can use third-level time domain. But if he has time for formation, he doesn't have to work hard. He uses third-level time domain to let Jiang Samai use divine world-define realm, and his consumption is still very big. The biggest drawback of his time domain is that the higher the cultivation base in the field, the more he consumes him, so he can use third-level time domain to enter at most one person. The time formation plate is the favorite of alchemist and refining master, so it is very rare and it is mastered by the big forces. Lingyong said, I've heard that there is an alchemist compet. One, tie-in on the mountain, and if it wins, you can get the reward for the time formation plate. Xinxiang was in the heart, hastily asked, How can I partake? 1 P8? I don't know yet. You can go and inquire about the road, Lingyong said. Where is the creation of Mushin? Xinxiang is now on a Dao creation mountain. The Dao creation mountain is huge, and there are many families on it. This is the Taoist Mushin. The so-called top is the higher place. I have never been there. Lingyong said, I heard the veteran of the family said that it would take at least 1 month to go to that place. Time. Xinxiang feels that he does not need a month because he has Ahu. Ahu also knows how to use S-P-A-C power. Good. Xinxiang has decided to go. Once he gets a good time for the formation plate, he can get a lot of time and make him more stable. Xinxiang immediately set off and headed for the higher level of this Dao creation mountain. Ahu's flight alt. 1. Tude is limited. When he reaches a certain height, he can't go up. He can only run on the way up the mountain. Fortunately, this mountain is very huge, and the mountain is not too steep. A tiger runs and shuttles S-P-A-C, and the speed is very fast. As long as he is not a very strong guy, he can't catch up with them. How many blood devil shark can't be fed? Xinxiang saw that Ahu's strength was so great, and he was very pleased. Xinxiang had encountered a cloud travel old man before, and also knew Dao Creation Mountain from there. After coming to Dao Creation Mountain, he also learned that each Dao Creation Mountain is an independent faction. Xinxiang had encountered a cloud travel old man before, and also knew Dao Creation Mountain from there. After coming to Dao Creation Mountain, he also learned that each Dao Creation Mountain is an independent faction. This Tamu Mountain is called Wooden Mountain Faction. It is the strongest of the Dao Creation Mountain. It also recruits disciplines, but the requirements for discipline are very demanding. Sometimes innate talents may not be able to enter. Originally a month's journey, but under the rush of Ahu it was only 7 or 8 days. Xinxiang has come to the city outside the Wooden Mountain Faction. Most of the people here are from the whole family of Supreme Wood Mountain and Sect, who are here to become the discipline of Wooden Mountain Faction. It is a very glorious thing to have someone from a family who joins the Wooden Mountain Faction. Xinxiang walked down the street and found that there are also many world-defying sacred realm late stages and peaks. Divine world-defying realm also has, but not so much. The world-defying sacred realm peak here should be from the genius children in the family. Xinxiang saw several youngsters, and all entered world-defying sacred realm. If you sell world-defying divine pill here, you can definitely sell it very well, Feng Yuan said. Xinxiang inquired about it, and soon learned about the alchemy compet. 1. Tie-in of Wooden Mountain Faction. The winner, The prize is indeed a time formation plate, and the day becomes 100 years of time formation. This is very good for Xinxiang. He also knows that opening this kind of formation definitely consumes a lot of crystal emperor. It takes 10 Tao creation saint stones to partic. 1 P, 8 in the compet. 1 Tian. It is really a pit. Xinxiang secretly snorted. If many people partic 1 P, 8'd, then Wooden Mountain faction would definitely not lose. If there were 100 people partic 1 P, 8ing, it would be Tao creation. Saint Stone, there are 1,000. Xinxiang came to the door of the Wooden Mountain faction, where there was a cabin where you can sign up. Responsible for the reception is an old man. He looked at Xinxiang, did not say anything. Let Xinxiang take out 10 Tao creation Saint Stone. So even if the registration is successful, after Xinxiang took out the Tao creation Saint Stone, he got a jade token, and the old man let him drop blood on it, which proves that he is the entrant. On the 25th, is it so? A little bit of people to partic. 1 P8. Xinxiang looked at his jade token and was a little surprised that he thought there would be many people. This time is much more, there used to be less. Old man snorted. Young people, you don't think you can win the prize, even if other alchemists are idiots. You don't have the ability to stick to the last. I know. Xinxiang is just trying it out. It's been started in 3 more days. This kind of compet. 1 Tie-in is once a month. Old man said with a smile. This time the registration fee has been reduced. The time formation plate is also the best, so partic. 1 P, 8 there will be more people. Actually, it was once a month. Xinxiang had never heard of it before. Xinxiang took a jade token and found it in here. How are you doing? Xinxiang asked Jiang, sieging them. There has been fruitful, although it has not been completely successful, but this method is feasible. Jiang Samai said, fortunately, with Feng Yuan help, we can make this progress. That's good. Can we step into the divine world defying realm middle stage and see this kind of Dan? Xinxiang entered time domain, and now he is studying fusion spell. He plans to study and study for 3 days. 3 days later, Xinxiang came out of time domain. He learned that fusion spell only made a little progress. He felt that he should be able to master the 7th fusion spell. Xinxiang's previous number plate was 25. He thought that there was no one behind, but when he entered the Wooden Mountain faction, he found that there were almost 200 people in the queue. The venue of the compet. 1 Tie-in was in a large plaza. There were many steps in the plaza all around. All of them were full of people. Most of them were the recognition of the Wooden Mountain faction, and the rest was to cheer for the partic. 1 P ants. This time it was really dead. We signed up early. We want 10 Tao creation Saint Stone, and the registration is actually only 5. A middle-aged old man whispered, Not so, and there are dozens of Wooden Mountain factions, disciplines to partic. 1 P 8 in, and we haven't had much chance of winning this time. This Wooden Mountain faction, unexpectedly, is so dark, their fragments are partic. 1 P 8ing, and we certainly have no chance of winning. It seems that this game was originally the game of their Wooden Mountain faction disciple, but in order to make some Tao creation Saint Stone, we are really a bunch of idiots. Too greedy his time for the formation plate. Xinxiang heard the complaints from everyone, and her heart was also a bit uncomfortable. The main reason was that he used 10 Tao creation Saint Stones and only 5 in the back. This Wooden Mountain faction is really enough. Xinxiang said by the exit, I feel that the pit can be rolled now. A Tsing Yi man snorted, This is the discrimination of the Wooden Mountain faction, and everyone wears the same costume. If you give me 10 Tao creation Saint Stone, I will leave immediately. Xinxiang coldly snorted, Hey, you are in your dreams. The Tsing Yi man sneered. So, you haven't complained about the Wooden Mountain faction? You guys are black-hearted. An old man can't stand it angrily said, Give me shut up, you guys. You are not greedy to come to the compet. One Taiyan? The mountain factions, Discipline roared. You guys of this despicable guy. Would you come if you explained it earlier? A middle-aged pair with the wooden mountain factions, Discipline. You are a group of weak people. You are afraid. I know that you are all waste. Wood mountain factions, Discipline is very haughty sneer. Quiet. An old man said solemnly. Shen Xiang, the group of people who came to partic. 1. P. 8 in this compet. 1. Taiyan can only anger their anger. The ones who partic. 1. P. aided in the compet. 1. Taiyan are all very good alchemists. The arrogance is there, so after being pitted, the heart is very uncomfortable. It was the discrimination of the wooden mountain faction, haughty and looking at Shen Xiang on the side. I know that there are some complaints in the hearts of the people who come to the compet. 1. Taiyan. It is not what we want to see. It is mainly because of some special circumstances the rules have changed. In order to compensate you, we will increase the reward. Loudly said, as long as you get the first, not only get the time formation plate, you can get a Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Tao Creation Saint Crystal. After everyone heard it, the heart jumped, because legend, 1,000 Tao Creation Saint Stone, can be exchanged for a Tao Creation Saint Crystal, not necessarily someone willing to change, showing how expensive Tao Creation Saint Crystal. It's just a big pie. Someone whispered, because the wooden mountain faction's discipline is strong. You don't have to worry about it. The mountain faction's disciplines are all young alchemists. You should be able to see that they are only partic. 1. P. aiding in the compet. 1. Taiyan. The old man said, when you partic. 1. P. 8 in the alchemy compet. 1. Taiyan. You don't have to. This matter is in my heart. Shen Xiang swept the section of the wooden mountain faction, which was indeed a group of young and energetic young people, but he also saw that there were a few very calm. Because of the Tao Creation Saint Crystal as a reward, everyone has also lost a lot of time. Because of the Tao Creation Saint Crystal as a reward, everyone has also lost a lot of time. Okay, you can start the game now, the old man said. Now the first round, the food is good. It's just eating a dan and then discerning what kind of sheep is used to refine it. The old man waved his hand and made many big wooden boxes. Old man opens a wooden box and says, there are a total of 30 kinds of herbs in this wooden box, and waiting for the dan you eat, you need 5 kinds of herbs to refine. You only need to identify at least 3 kinds of herbs, even through the first round. Old man waved his hand and saw more than 170 small rooms appearing behind. You wait for a pick in the small room. You just put the herbs into a jade box and hand it over to our old man to test. That's all right. The old man said, you only have 1 hour. Now you start. A grain of dan is for you. The winners got a low-grade Tao Creation Divine Pill. Shen Xiang took a big box and entered the small room. This first round will definitely pass. Shen Xiang said with a smile, because He Feng Yuan is here. He Feng Yuan's strongest ability is to eat a dan. You can know what the sheep used to refine. Shen Xiang gave He Feng Yuan the unnamed low-grade Tao Creation Divine Pill. After He Feng Yuan ate, after more than half an hour, he said, the 5 kinds of herbs that are needed are all fruits called proud stone fruit, which looks like a stone. 5 different Prost 1 stones. Efficacy almost, but after the fusion, the effect can be increased by more than 10 times. The 5 prink. 1. P. Al stones are mainly distinguished by color, and their colors are different. Shen Xiang immediately rummaged through the big box. There are only 30 kinds of herbs, and it is simply too easy to find 5 stone-like fruits in it. However, Shen Xiang found it all over and found only 3. What is the role of this dan in Feng Yuan? Shen Xiang asked. The effect is to make your muscles suddenly strong and have a certain defense effect. It can last for about an hour. He Feng Yuan said they only put 3 kinds of herbs into it. It should be that they don't want people to know the specific danfang. This is very difficult for many people because they eat a dan, know the role of this dan, can feel a little bit of the characteristics of herbs, but they need to be based on that weak feeling. From 30, the herbs in the A and a lysis of which kind of need, which is really a very harsh test for alchemist. Shen Xiang put the 3 stones in the jade box and walked out of the hut. At this point, he saw that many of the Wooden Mountain factions' fragments had come out. Others who come to the compet. 1. Tian also come out in small parts. After an hour, even those who did not distinguish it came out, and in the end they could only guess. "Well, now you open your jade box," said the old man. After opening the jade box, Xinxiang glanced at the others. What surprised him was that there were more than a dozen mistakes in the Wooden Mountain faction, and the other jade boxes were filled with 3 stones. Profound stone fruit. Among the foreign partic. 1. P. Ants. Only a total of more than 30 people have distinguished them. This is not easy and their level is very high. More than 100 people signed up to partic. 1. P. 8. Only 30 people left in the first round, and the Wooden Mountain faction has the same 30 more. Those who used the Tao Creation Saint Stone to sign up for the compet. 1. Tian and eliminated them at this time. They have no way to leave. After all, the level is not enough. Okay, all good. You can tell what herbs are used for refining. You must know that there are still 2 kinds of herbs in refining this kind of dan. Yes, we have not placed 2 other found stone fruits in that box, said the old man. Xinxiang doesn't know what the old man is doing, but the rules of the game are fair because the Wooden Mountain faction's discipline doesn't know. And then we will give you the remaining found stone fruit, let you refine it, and the top 30 people will not be eliminated, said the old man. Several people came up and put 2 found stone fruits in the jade box, and now the 5 found stone fruits in the jade box are all different colors. Xinxiang looked closely, and there was a big problem with the 2 found stone fruits that had just been put in. You will go into a time integration with alchemy. You only have 1 month. The old man said. In the middle of the plaza, there was a time formation plate, which became very huge and more than 70 partic. 1. P. Ants would not be crowded. 1 month in the time formation, just outside an hour. Let's get started now. The sound of the old man fell. The time formation opened. The area of the S, P, C formation covered. There was a corrugated, twisted S, H, I, plus ELD. The time inside and the outside was different, from I can't see what is going on inside. The guys who come to compete are really overnight one's capabilities. They certainly don't know that among our Wooden Mountain faction's disciplines, there are several disciples of the Grand Master. Tao Creation Saint Crystal and Time Formation Plate, and ultimately our Wooden Mountain faction disciple. They can get through the first level. It's still a bit of a skill. What about that? The next level, they must not be able to spend it. We just saw it. The 2 profound stone fruits given in the back are of very poor quality, and only the creation of our Wooden Mountain faction with divine art can improve the quality of those herbs. Xinxiang in the time formation. I heard several young mountain factions, young disciples whispering, and his heart was dark and angry. He used to think that Wooden Mountain faction was fair. Now that he knows, it is only deliberately made. The Wooden Mountain faction is still very dark, otherwise it will not make the previous things. Temporarily the rule, let so many Wooden Mountain faction disciple partic. 1 P8. I must win this group of guys. Xinxiang secretly thought, what kind of wood divine art they have? It sounds very good. It should be a great help to plant herbs. I don't know if I can get it. Give my Anjing sisters they use. Xinxiang carefully examined the 2 found stone fruits. The surface looks bright, but the internal enthusiasm is very small, and people use a special method to extract the internal energy so that the quality of these 2 herbs is degraded. A lot. My, you stop immediately. Xinxiang said to Jiang Xijing, then gave them the 2 found stone fruits and gave them time domain to restore the quality of the 2 found stone fruit facts. This is a piece of cake for my Anjing sisters. Xinxiang uses the second level time domain. They only complete in one day, and then continue to cultivate the giant spirit flower. After the perfect found stone fruit, Xinxiang began to refine, and the 5 found stone fruits were better refining, because they themselves have the same characteristics. There is no rejection, and fusion spell can be integrated at once. Stand up. Profound Stone Divine Pill is still better for Xinxiang than the world Defying Divine Pill he refined before. When he refining world Defying Divine Pill, if there is no Feng Kur help, it simply could not be completed smoothly. Profound Stone Divine Pill is still better for Xinxiang than the world Defying Divine Pill he refined before. When he refining world Defying Divine Pill, if there is no Feng Kur help, it simply could not be completed smoothly. Now, when he refining Profound Stone Divine Pill, the 5 found stone fruits quickly merged together, and there was no burst of energy after the fusion, unlike the world Defying Divine Pill that he had previously refined. Do you want to use derivative methods for refining? Feng Kur asked. Of course, this is to improve the quality. I feel that this game Wooden Mountain faction must be seriously cheated. If I don't go all out, maybe I can't stick to the end. I can't lose the 10 Dao. Creation Saint Stone. Xinxiang can use 10 Dao Creation Saint Stone when signing up. He still feels distressed by these Dao Creation Saint Stone. After the melting of the fruit stone, it becomes a medicine soul, and several medicine souls are fused in together to form a crystal. It was only 5 days in the past, much faster than when he refining world Defying into Divine Pill. Next, he began to use the derivative method to derive 5 small crystal CLUs, TERs, which were then engraved into fusion spell for fusion. The process of integration was very smooth, and then it began to be small. In the process of pressing, Xinxiang let Feng Kur help, which can be faster and more stable. The people who partook. 1. P. aided in the compet. 1. Tian had been in the time formation for 15 days. Xinxiang didn't know how the other people's progress. In short, he is already dying. He has already started to condense an engraved amplification spell. I don't know how the Mountain faction's discipline is how to refine a high-quality Dan. Xinxiang is now worried that the Wooden Mountain faction will be stalked. After condensing amplification spell, Xinxiang walked out of time for formation, and he found that there were already many Wooden Mountain factions disciplines coming out, with a jade box in front of them. Open jade box with a Profound Stone Divine Pill inside. Xinxiang took a closer look, and a Profound Stone Divine Pill was just released, which is easy to see, and the overall quality is good. The people who come from outside, their quality can also be distinguished from the surface. But Xinxiang knows that there are 2 found stone fruits that are passive. If you can't handle the 2 found stone fruits, refine them. Profound Stone Divine Pill is hard to match the Wooden Mountain faction disciple, because the Wooden Mountain faction's discipline has a divine art that refines the quality of herbs. Now start testing quality. An old man shouted, took an instrument, and walked up and tested one by one. The first thing to start testing is the Wooden Mountain faction disciple. 300 quality. Not bad. 320. 310. 330. The old man, while testing, reported the value, and the number of his test instrument appeared, and everyone can see it. The Wooden Mountain faction's discrimination, with a maximum quality of 377, is basically over 300, which makes people who come outside feel a lot of pressure. How can their quality be so high? It is impossible. Yeah, I tested it with my own equipment. It was just over 200. Is their proud stone fruit all good? When I was refining, the 2 found stone fruits pulled down a lot of quality. If the 2 found stone fruits are good, my quality can be more than 300. The outsiders who partook. 1. P aided in the compet. 1. Tian whispered in the air, and they were very dissatisfied. This made the Wooden Mountain faction's discipline haughty, because they could conclude that the people who had been added this time must be eliminated. It's the turn of Xinxiang. 630. The old man could not believe the shouted. Xinxiang is confident in his own refining of Dan, after all, using the 9th order amplification spell. After the Wooden Mountain faction's disciples were heard, they were all unbelievable. Elder, how is it possible? Is your appliance out of order? That is, looking at him, is a poor brat. How can it be refined to such a high quality? There must be something wrong. Wooden Mountain faction's fragments are shouted. A brow that looks so humble, actually so much more powerful than them, they can't accept. Those who come from outside the compet. 1. Taiyan are all looking at Xinxiang at this time. Absolutely not fake. My equipment will not be problematic. The quality of this Dan is so high, mainly their 9 amplification spells inside. The old man looked closely at Xinxiang refining profound stone divine pill, amazed. After listening to the people who heard the game, they were amazed. When they were in Alchemy, they engulfed 9 amplification spells. Amplification spell didn't have the opportunity to learn everything. Even if there is an opportunity, it is not so easy to master. The Wooden Mountain faction's disciplines are all shut up, because even among them, at most, they only master 3 amplification spells. Far less than Xinxiang, they can only linger in their hearts. Number 25, what is your name? Asked Elder. Xinxiang. The foreign partic. 1. P. Asian in the discipline does not need to mention the name. When registering, it is only a sign with a number. Xinxiang is the 25th. The old man nodded and had a variant of innate talent. Their Wooden Mountain faction was very welcome. Then began to test the quality of the foreign partic. 1. P. Ants, they refine the Dan. The highest is only 220, but also quite good, because they have no way to improve the quality of the 2 found stone fruit. But with the Wooden Mountain faction, disciple the quality is similar. If you are using the same quality of the found stone fruit, maybe the Wooden Mountain faction's discipline will be eliminated a lot. Finally, after the quality test is completed, only Xinxiang, the outsider, can stay and all others are eliminated. The Wooden Mountain faction's discipline is also eliminated. There are only 30 people left, and 29 of them are the recognition of Wooden Mountain faction. Only Xinxiang is an outsider. The alchemist in this place is very good overall. Xinxiang said, although those are eliminated, they all have real skills. At first glance, they know that they are the pillars of one party's forces, but they only meet Wooden Mountain. Faction, this kind of monster, they can't say anything, at most, just complain a few words. The partic. 1. P. Aiding Wooden Mountain faction disciple was very uncomfortable, because the unexpectedly leftover was not their Wooden Mountain faction disciple, but also an outsider, and it was very strong. The next 3rd round, you have to refine 10 of the same Dan, and then sell it on the spot. In a certain period of time, the one who sold the most Tao Creation Saint Stone is the final winner. The old man began to announce the last one. The rules of the round. Although Xinxiang's is very strong, the Wooden Mountain faction's discipline believes that Xinxiang may not be able to win in this round because their Wooden Mountain faction's Dan is more attractive. According to a grain of Dan for a month, I will give you 10 months, of course, in the time formation. Old man said with a smile, we don't have to wait outside to see your results. Xinxiang feels that this round is not difficult, but he is worried that the Wooden Mountain faction will cheat. After all, there are outsiders who win. The Wooden Mountain faction has to send a time formation plate and a Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Xinxiang feels that this round is not difficult, but he is worried that the Wooden Mountain faction will cheat. After all, there are outsiders who win. The Wooden Mountain faction has to send a time formation plate and a Tao Creation Saint Crystal. Excuse me, how can we be sure that Dan will be refining at the time? Xinxiang asked. If some people, with their elders refining the Dan to sell, then they are not winning. All around, everyone nodded. Most of them were foreign, although their people were lost, but Xinxiang was an outside and the strength was good. They all hope that Xinxiang can get the first. This will make them more comfortable. What do you mean? Do you think that our Wooden Mountain faction will cheat? A Wooden Mountain faction's variant to Xinxiang angrily said, when refining the profound stone divine pill, the 2 profound stone fruits that you later gave are all inferior, and your Wooden Mountain faction divine art allowed herbs to improve the quality, plus your previous issued Wooden Mountain faction's discipline is added. So in this last round, I don't feel at all. Xinxiang didn't look at the nickname of Wooden Mountain faction disciple. Let the discipline be angry, because it can be a Wooden Mountain faction disciple. It is a very glorious thing, but it is not being looked at by Xinxiang. Alchemist, who had just finished playing, heard Xinxiang's words and couldn't help but whisper. Temporarily processing herbs and improving the quality of herbs is a test for Alchemist. I don't think it's okay. An old man said, if you don't worry about this last level, then what do you say? Nature is a blood swear. The last level of Dan is not refining at the time of the compet. 1. Tie-in, they must be backlashed by blood. Xinxiang said, this is a very simple matter. Okay, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, the old man promised Xinxiang's request. This is a very simple matter. If he does not agree, he must not be convinced. Subsequently, Xinxiang and Wooden Mountain factions disciplines made ABL-Y oath, which made many people snoring weak because the previous refining of the profound stone divine pill. Many of the eliminated alchemists dissatisfied. At the beginning of the 3rd round, Xinxiang and Wooden Mountain factions discipline entered a time form and started alchemy. The old man said, the winner of the 3rd round needs everyone to judge, which will make the result more fair. There were a lot of watching forces, big shot, and they all secretly planned that they would make Xinxiang win when they could. If you want to partake, 1. P. 8 in the 3rd round of judging, you must first prepare 10 Tao Creation Saint Stones or more. Old man said, because at that time you have to buy the Dan they have just refined, so everyone, if you want to help one of them win, you have to think clearly. The Dan you bought back has no effect. I just thought about helping Xinxiang's people. Now I have already retired. If it is a lot of Tao Creation Saint Stone, it is useless to buy it back. It is a loss. Well, then everyone starts to sign up. If you don't have the Dan you are satisfied with, you don't need to buy it, said Old Man. The result of the 3rd round of judging is to see who is selling more. And the people here, although complaining about the Wooden Mountain faction, but can buy a good Tao Creation Divine Pill, they are still very happy. At that time, each person can only spend a maximum of 10 Tao Creation Saint Stone. This is to prevent cheating. Among you, there is no one of our Wooden Mountain faction, so everyone can rest sure that this will be fair, Old Man said with a smile. You must be hoping to buy affordable and useful Dan you can start faster. There are a total of 50 people who signed up to buy Dan. They are all big shots of the other party. They can get 10 Tao Creation Saint Stone to buy Dan, which means that among the 30 partic, 1 P ants, there will be many that will not be sold. Xinxiang's refining in the time formation is, of course, world-defying divine pill. He has just observed that the big shot, which is watching the game, is taking some world-defying sacred realm late stage, or the young people at the peak to join in the fun. World-defying divine pill is very useful for them and can shorten the time for them to step into divine world-defying realm. Xinxiang had refining a lot of world-defying divine pill before, and refining 10 tablets didn't put much pressure on him. 10 months Pa-S said, and he and other Wooden Mountain factions disciplines came out of time. Well, the 50 friends present are the buyers. You have to sell your own Dan to them. The price you set yourself. The old man shouted. According to the order you came out, you will sell your own Dan. A man from Wooden Mountain faction hastily shouted. My Dan name is Divine Spirit Pill. After eating, people in Divine World Defying Realm Middle Stage can immediately regain their spirits when they are exhausted, as long as 5 Tao Creation Saint Stone. Everyone thought secretly this kind of broken Dan also has 5 Tao Creation Saint Stone. Why don't you grab it? The 50 buyers were indifferent because this kind of Dan was of little use to them. 3 Tao Creation Saint Stone. The man was anxious and shouted, his heart secretly glaring at his master, teaching him to refine this useless Dan. 50 buyers still have no idea, and they don't even look at him. It's the second person. My name is Chuang Shen Yuan Dan. After the divine world, defying realm initial stage, and the middle stage have eaten, can limit the promotion base. A small discipline of the Wooden Mountain faction, haughty. Just as long as eat 500 tablets of this kind of Dan, you can step into the middle stage from the initial stage. Eat 2,000 tablets, you can step into the late stage from the middle stage, which is our famous mountain faction. Now, only 7 Tao Creation Saint Stone usually sells 8. There are already buyers who are heartwarming, but they don't immediately fight. These buyers are all old man or middle-aged. They can be very good, because even if this Dan is missed, he can buy it outside. After all, they can only spend 10 Tao Creation Saint Stone. If there is a good Dan behind, they have no chance to buy. So they have to wait patiently for these alchemists one by one. He introduced his own Dan. The man who rehabilitated the Ji. Oh, D of Yuan Dan was originally haughty, but at this time he was unhappy because his Dan's attraction was not enough, and the buyers were just watching. Resurrect Divine Pill. Divine world defying realm in the late stage. If the body is injured after eating, it can recover about half of the time and recover after 20 hours. A square-faced man said, just 8 Tao Creation Saint Stone. This is a good healing medicine, and it is also considered by everyone. They are still watching because Resurrect Divine Pill is also sold outside, but it is more expensive, 10 Tao Creation Saint Stone. The next dozen disciples, the refining Dan, have a good effect. Shin Xiang hurt a little heart, but he did not qualify for the purchase. Shen Xiang is the 20th, and it will soon be his turn. Although the Wooden Mountain faction's discipline does not agree with Shen Xiang, they have some expectations. After all, Shen Xiang can integrate into 9 Tao in alchemy. Creation spell.